morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you're at in the world. Welcome to Last Raps Baseball's live commentary of the Pod Professional Baseball League. Tonight, we are going to be bringing you the game between the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks and the Orix Buffaloes. A late pivot at our end as the game between the Hokkaido Nippon Ham Fighters and Tohoku Rakuten Golden Eagles is going to be postponed because of weather. So we are going to be bringing you this one here instead. So we're going to give you the starting lineups as we're a little late to the out of the chute here. And first of all, we'll give it to you for Fukuoka. Leading off and playing shortstop is number 6, Kenta Imamiya. Batting second at second base is number 99, Isami Nomura. Batting third at third base is number 24, Ryoya Kurihara. And the cleanup spot doing the designated hitting is number 25, Hotake Yamakawa. Batting fifth in left field is number 3, Kensuke Kondo. Batting in the sixth spot and in right field tonight is number 31, Tomoya Masaki. Hitting seventh and doing the catching is number 19, Takuya Kai. Batting eighth at first base is number 55, Soichiro Ishizaka. And batting ninth in center field is number 30, Naoki Sato. And they're going to be facing the lefty. It's going to be Hiroya Miyagi, who takes to the hill with a 5-8 record. He's worked 111 and 2/3 innings. He's allowed 91 hits, 27 runs, 26 have been earned. He has walked 18 and struck out 110. He's got himself an ERA of 2.10. Well, now your starting lineup for the home team for the Orix Buffaloes. It'll be Ryo Oda leading it off. He'll play second. Batting second at third base is number 64, Kosei Osato. Hitting third, the right fielder, number 99, Yataro Sugimoto. And the cleanup spot's the left fielder, number 7, Ryoya Nishikawa. Batting fifth at first base is number 40, Leandro Cedeno. Hitting sixth is the shortstop, Kataro Kobayashi. Batting in the seventh spot is the DH, Ho Naito. And batting eighth is the center fielder, Ryu Sugasawa. And hitting ninth, the catcher, Sho Fukunaga. And we are underway as the first pitch of the ball game is a breaking ball taken for a called strike. Now the fastball taken at the knees for a called strike by Kenta Imamiya, and the count is quickly 0-2. Imamiya batting .263 on the season, 5 homers and 34 runs driven in. Batting from the right side against the left-handed throwing Miyagi, who works himself to the belt. And now he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count is 1-2 to Imamiya. As we said, a little bit of a late pivot as we ended up getting back in the saddle and recognizing that the Fighters and the Eagles were going to be postponed tonight. So to get this one going here, we had to do it quickly. There's a fastball swung on, and Imamiya fouled it off himself. He's going to walk gingerly over to the third base side. And the count remains at 1-2. So from that standpoint, too, we also have a little catch-up to do on our end. Our preparation was all set and ready to go for the other ball game. And then we had to just throw that all up in the air and get this one ready to go in a quick hurry. So here comes the 1-2 pitch as the lefty Miyagi delivers. It's a breaking ball missing down and away. And the count now, 2 balls and 2 strikes to Imamiya. And, you know, after doing these things for a while, we've started to get into a bit of a rhythm in terms of how you prepare yourself and how we are able to do things. And so thankfully, we're able to make that quick pivot. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. It's a fastball swung on and missed. And Imamiya is in the books. He's gone for the first out of the inning. So 1 hawk up and 1 hawk down, and that's going to bring up the second baseman, Isami Nomura. Both of these teams, there's a few new faces in the lineup tonight that maybe not necessarily familiar to everybody. Defensively tonight for the Buffaloes, from left to right field, it's Nishikawa in left, Sugasawa in center, and the right fielder Sugimoto. As the first pitch is on the way to Nomura, it's a fastball swung on and is lined into left field for a base hit. So he's aboard with a 1-out single. That'll bring up the third baseman, Ryoya Kurihara. Around the horn for the Buffaloes from first to third, it is Cedeno at first. Oda's at second. The shortstop Kobayashi with Osato at third. The battery is of Miyagi and Fukunaga. So Kurihara, the runner at first, hitting .270 with 16 homers and 73 runs batted in. Steps to the plate here with the runner at first and 1 gone. Left-hander against the left-hander. Miyagi delivers a first pitch breaking ball that's a waved at and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Kurihara. Miyagi is a tough left-hander. He's not had a ton of success this year in terms of the win-loss department, but he has pitched fairly well for the Buffaloes. There's a fastball swung on its tap foul on the first base side of home plate. The count is now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. As we said, a little disappointed that the Eagles, but this is the only other game that's going off early tonight. All the rest of the games are later starts. And we just can't do the later start tonight, unfortunately. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. There's a fastball that misses down. And the count now goes to 1-2 on Kurihara. That being said, tomorrow night, they are all early games either at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock Pacific or midnight or 1 a.m. Eastern. So there will be the rare Monday games, and hopefully you could join us tomorrow night, as we expect that we will have a large Monday crowd or Sunday night North American time for our games. And they throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner Nomura. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is here to Kurihara as he waits on the offering from Miyagi. It's a fastball that misses down. And the count now goes even to 2-2. And we did say the other night we're going to try where possible to call as many games with playoff implications that we can do. And of course, unfortunately, we were a little hamstrung on the early start. That's why we were going to do the Eagles and the Fighters. Eagles still, well, both of these teams here tonight technically still in a playoff race, but the Buffaloes are slowly fading away here. It's only a matter of time. I don't think they've got enough of a run in them to be able to catch the Marines, who are nestled in 3rd place in the Pacific League. So 2 balls and 2 strikes here as the runner Nomura gets his lead, and again they throw over to first, and again diving back is the base runner. They're concerned about Nomura. He's got 3 stolen bases this year. He can run, but doesn't get a lot of playing time. Again, he establishes his lead. He's got a healthy lead over at first base. Miyagi again takes a look at the runner. Here is the pitch. The runner tries to go, but he shuts it down, and it's swung on and fouled away over on the 3rd base side. The count remains at 2-2. You see that a lot in the Japanese league, the fake steals, where the runners will show as if they're going. And they might be going because who knows? I mean, the runner at first there maybe shut it down because Miyagi was using a slide step, which means that he's a little bit quicker to the plate. There's a fastball taken for a called 3rd strike. Oh, I'm not sure what Kurihara was looking at, but he stood there like the house by the side of the road, and he watched that one go by. He goes into the books for out number 2, and that's going to bring up the designated hitter, Hotaki Yamakawa. Well, for Yamakawa, he strides to the plate, leading the Pacific League in home runs. He's got 31, hitting .246 on the season. He's also driven in 92 runs. Assault to 100 is in reach. He's got as good a chance as anybody to drive in the 100. There's a first pitch fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. We were talking about in the Central League the other night that probably nobody's going to get to 100. And as a matter of fact, nobody might even get to 90 as well. Our friend Kenny Weaver in the house tonight. Welcome, Kenny. Thanks for stopping in. Glad you could be here with us. Last night we did a rare Central League game between the Tigers and the Carp as that breaking ball misses down. Count is 1-1. And it was a lot of fun in doing it because obviously we don't get a chance to see those teams too often, but the Carp are fading fast in the Central League. Just a couple of weeks ago when I was in Japan, they were at the top of the heap. And they've just been slowly sliding backwards to the point where the base stars are now in striking distance of them. As the pitch is a fastball swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 1-2. They are now in 3rd place in the Central League are the Carp. The win with the Tigers last night, or by the Tigers last night, has given them a little bit of a cushion. The Murray Giants are in the top spot. If you would have asked me before the season, I don't know if I would have picked the Giants to have been in the top spot at this time of the year. There was a fastball that swung on it. It is tapped foul behind home plate, and the count remains at 1-2 on Yamakawa. Runner at first, Nomura. 2 gone here in the first. 1 ball, 2 strikes to the big fella. As we said, some different looks in the lineup tonight for both of these ball clubs. But one thing that is constant is the 3, 4, and 5 hitters for the Hawks. There's a breaking ball that misses down and in, and the count now goes to 2-2 on Yamakawa. As we said earlier, too, the game with the inclement weather, we were kind of actually looking forward to seeing the Fighters play tonight, as they were not on our radar to get to the playoffs this year. I thought they were still a year away. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball swung on and lifted foul behind home plate, and the count remains at 2-2 to Yamakawa. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And we will post up a schedule for this week as well, as we'll continue to do the middle of the week night games. So if you are around and can't sleep, jump over to the channel. You'll know we'll be here. I'm sure we can put some of you to sleep. Here comes the 2-2. It is a fastball swung and it's grounded over to the right side. It is fielded by the second baseman, Oda, who kind of backpedals into the outfield and throws out Yamakawa. That's going to go down as a ground out, 4-3 for the third out of the inning. And that is going to do it here in the top half of the first for Fukuoka. No runs in the inning. There was a hit, no errors, and 1 run off the board. We are through a half inning. It is Fukuoka no score and the Orix Buffaloes coming to bat. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. I got to go and get myself a fresh glass of iced tea. So we'll entertain you with our good friend, Matt Hollis. And we'll be back in just a few when we return. Hang tight, everybody. We'll see you in just a bit.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. It is the right-hander Ryo Atsu who is taking to the hill. Atsu has a 6-7 record this year, 40 2/3 innings pitched, 34 hits, 14 runs. He has, all of those runs have been earned. He's walked 11, struck out 21, and he's got a 3.13 ERA. So Atsu here ready to face Oda, Osato, and Sugimoto to get things going here for the Buffaloes in their half of the first inning. I didn't get an update on Kenya Wakatsuki from the other night, who had left the game with a collision. Obviously not being in the lineup tonight. I believe it was Ryoya Kurihara who had run into him. As the first pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike to Oda. Oda hitting .306, 5 homers and 38 runs batted in. Takes a fastball on the outside corner for a called strike, and the count now goes to 0-2 on Oda. Oda has been nestled in the 3 spot for the last little bit. Of course, he's having a fine season by his standards. As the 0-2 is on the way, there's a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. One thing I can say when we watched these two teams the other night, just the lack of fans in the stands. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is going to be lined on a hop past the diving shortstop, Kenta Imamiya. And Oda is going to be aboard with a leadoff single. And that will bring up the third baseman, Kosei Osato. And one would have to think he's going to be squaring around to bunt here. I was starting to say the number of people that were, I guess, are not in the stands is always a bit more concerning than anything else, although the Orix Buffaloes have a history of not necessarily being supported as well as other teams across the NPB. So waggling the bat here is Osato. He's batting from the left side. We anticipate that they would throw over to first base. Check to see if he's bunting, but they don't. He does square to bunt, and he takes a fastball low for ball one, as he was able to pull back in time. You see that with teams sometimes. What they'll do is if it's not an early break, they will throw over to the bag at first just to take a look to see if they're planning on doing something. So that was a little bit of a surprise that they didn't do it that time. So Osato batting here is the right-hander holds set there. They throw over to first, but Osato doesn't show anything this time. So runner at first is Oda. He's got 3 stolen bases on the year. He can run. He's not necessarily known for his running. As the right-hander works himself to the set position. Here's the pitch. Squaring to bunt again is Osato. He bunts it down the third baseline, but it's just going to roll foul, and that runs the count even to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As we are trying to do a little bit of catch-up on our own. As we said, we were late into the saddle tonight because of we were just getting in, but the other piece to this is the game between the Fighters and the Eagles were washed out. So our normal pregame preparation was a little bit put to the wayside. As the pitch comes in, it's a fastball that misses low. Again, squaring to bunt was Osato, but that runs the count now to 2-1 on him. Defensively tonight for the Hawks, from left to right field, Kondo is in left, Sato is in center, and Masaki in right. Around the horn from first to third, it's Ishizuka at first. The second baseman is Nomura, Imamiya at short, and Kurihara at third, with the battery of Atsu and Kai. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lined down the left field line, but it's just foul. And the count now goes to 2-2 on Atsu. So much for the bunt there. They do have some firepower in the middle of the order tonight, do the Buffaloes, with Sugimoto waiting on deck. And then, of course, Leandro Cedeno, who's been on fire lately. He is hitting in the 5 spot here tonight. I was saying earlier that I really believe that he's done enough to get himself another job in the NPB. Not sure where his contract status is at, as there's a fastball swung on and missed. Atsu's in the books. He's gone for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up Yataro Sugimoto. Saying about Cedeno and some of these other players, just in terms of what they have long length, but certainly a player like Cedeno has shown that he can handle the play in the NPB. I think that one thing I'd like to see is that he gets a little bit more playing time. This is his 88th game of the year. And he is still relatively young. He is 26 years old. As we were talking about Cedeno, here's Yataro Sugimoto to the plate. He's hitting .236, 10 homers and 23 runs batted in. And there's a breaking ball that is swung on and missed, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Sugimoto. He steps out of the batter's box. He gets the signs from the third base coach. I wonder what signs you can give Sugimoto. I don't know if they see him as a hit and run guy. unless it's a straight steal for the runner at second or maybe a hit and run. But I don't know if the bat-to-ball skills for Sugimoto are particularly great, as that fastball swung on it is lifted into straightaway center field. Moving in and towards his left is the center fielder Sato, and he makes the catch. And Sugimoto is in the books for the second out of the inning. That's going to leave it all up to Ryoma Nishikawa. Well, for Nishikawa on the season, he's hitting .259. He's got 7 homers and 42 runs batted in. From our end of things, I think we have all caught ourselves up on all the information we need on the players, except for some of the players who are newer to us. We have to look at some of that as the game comes on. There's a breaking ball that misses down and in to Nishikawa. The count is 1-0. Said they're getting later in the year, so some of the players are getting some new, fresh opportunities. Our friend Jackson's in the house tonight. Welcome. We appreciate you for hanging out here with us. Frank Howard in the house tonight, too. I thought Frank Howard had a nice career in the big leagues. Didn't know he was still with us. Breaking ball misses in, but just glad to have you here, Frank. And Kenny Weaver holding it down on the other end as well. We appreciate Kenny for checking in with us tonight, too. So 2 balls and no strikes it is to Nishikawa as the right-hander Atsu gets his sign. I can say this, when there's runners on base, Atsu really works slowly. Here's the pitch. Fastball, take it for a called strike. The count goes to 2-1. Yeah, it's great to have you guys with us here tonight. And as I said, you've at the top of the stream, just though we weren't really prepared to do this one as quickly as it was, we had to do a quick pivot so we could get ourselves ready to make the call of this one here tonight. As I said, I was kind of looking forward to the fighters myself. So here comes the 2-1 pitch. There is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 3-1. I have to keep our eye on Oda here. This might be a good pitch to run on. Sometimes the teams like to get that runner in motion as they could stay out of a potential fielder's choice and move the runner into scoring position. So all eyes on the runner at first. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. And that's what they had in mind as they step back and fake the throw to first, does Atsu. As we mentioned, a full slate of games in the NPB, but this is the only one that's going to go on here right now. The other game washed out. The other 4 games will be later starts. They'll go all off at 6 o'clock Japan time. There's a fastball that just misses under the hands, and Nishikawa is going to be aboard with a walk. That's going to put runners at first and second, and that's going to bring up the hot hitting Leandro Cedeno. Well, as we mentioned, Cedeno has been really swinging the bat well. He has raised his season average to .254. He's got 13 homers and 30 runs driven in. And he has been putting a charge into the ball here most recently in this series. So the big fella has been feasting on Hawk pitching. So Cedeno, the 26-year-old, gets himself dug in. And here comes the first offering from Atsu. And a fastball that is of the split finger variety that swung on and missed. Count is quickly 0-1 to Cedeno. Like on that swing, Cedeno wanted to put that one into the seats. About 30 rows back. He was swinging out of his socks. So no balls and 1 strike to Cedeno. Right-hander against the right-hander. Atsu gets the sign from his catcher, Takuya Kai. Here he works to the set. Now the pitch. That was a split finger pitch. Waved that and missed. The count now goes to 0-2. Actually, that pitch might have been a changeup, the last one, because it looked like he was throwing the pitchfork variety change piece. That ball ended up being spiked down. So no balls and 2 strikes here to right-handed hitting Cedeno. Buffaloes in their all-black uniform with the pinstripes tonight, the gold pinstripes. Hawks are wearing their traditional white pants with the black tops. And here's the pitch. It is a split-figure pitch, swung on and missed. And that is going to do it as Cedeno is in the books for out number 3. And our friend Frank says, cash the no-run first inning, and he's got it in the books. And that's what you have here as Cedeno is gone for the 3rd out. Well, there was no runs in the inning. There was a hit. There was no errors, and there was 2 runners left aboard. We are through 1 complete. It's all locked up at 0s, and we'll be back in just a few. It is Hawks and Buffaloes when we return, and our friend Frank has just pumped the fist as he's won himself an early parlay here in this one. Be right back after these. Appreciate you guys for being here. Welcome back, everybody. Our friend Kenny Weaver says it sounds like this one should be a good game. Well, to be honest with you, Kenny, I'm not really sure where I sit on that one. Hawks are firmly positioned in first place. They're just, I don't say playing out the string, but getting themselves set, prepared, and ready for a playoff run. Buffaloes are sitting in 5th place in the Pacific League, and they really never got it going at any stretch this year to get themselves back in it. And the first pitch is delivered from Miyagi to Kondo. He swings, chops it over to second. And with 1 pitch, we've got 1 away here on a ground out 4-3. As Kondo is in the books, and that'll bring up the right fielder, Tomoya Masaki. Well, for Masaki, he's hitting .272 on the season. He's got 6 homers and 26 runs batted in. As he strides to the dish here, he's going to be facing the lefty for the first time. As the lefty Miyagi kicks and delivers, it's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1. I was saying the Hawks in first place, kind of just getting themselves set up for the playoffs. They pretty much all have this in the back pocket. It is the Buffaloes, as we said, never really got on a run to make a serious run for 3rd place as that fastball misses upstairs and the count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Masaki as he waits here on the offering from the lefty. There is a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. The count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. See lefty Miyagi looking in, getting his sign from his catcher. That's another thing tonight, too. I'm curious to see how the catcher Fukunaga works with the lefty Miyagi here as that fastball misses down and away, and the count's 2-2. No Mori in the lineup, no Wakatsuki in the lineup to catch, so Fukunaga is the 3rd catcher. Now, mathematically, the Buffaloes could still get to the playoffs as that fastball swung on and missed, and Masaki's gone in the books for the 2nd out of the inning, and that's going to bring up the catcher, Takuya Kai. And for Takuya Kai, he strides to the plate with a .257 average. He's got 5 homers and 39 runs batted in. As I say, it's one of those nights that some of that stuff, our friend Kenny Weaver says the Hawks honeys are looking good. Of course, that was at their on the in-between. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball that misses up. 1-0 to Kai. And I think about also, too, in this particular ball game here tonight, the Hawks are on a getaway day, as this will be the end of this series. There's a fastball that's taken on the inside corner for called strike. The count is 1-1. Anytime you're on a getaway game or potential getaway game, I'm not saying teams aren't giving it their all, but they certainly have a tendency to want to mail it in. Maybe don't always put out the A-grade lineup. There's a fastball swung on and lifted foul, and the count now goes to 1-2 on Kai. I say it's getaway day, but actually tomorrow there's going to be another one. They're going to play a fourth game in this series because they've had to shuffle the schedule around a bit. It's going to be Shuta Ishikawa against Ryuhei Soya. The game that we want to call tomorrow night would be between Kanamura and Kishi, the fighters and the Eagles. There's a fastball swung on, and Kai goes in the books. That's 4 strikeouts in the early going here for Miyagi. He's on a roll. He's retired 5 in a row. There were no runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left the board here in the second. We are now moving to the bottom half of number 2. Your score is the Buffaloes 0 and the Hawks 0. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a couple with all the action right after this. Let's see if we can pull out some more Hawks honeys for our friend Kenny Weaver. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Kotaro Kobayashi, Ho Naito, and Ryo Sugasawa to come to bat here. As we said, the bottom third of the Buffalo lineup tonight is kind of the who's who of who. It is a lot of their youth and some younger players that have just recently made some debuts. So Kobayashi at the plate here, batting .254, a couple of homers and 35 RBIs, takes a fastball for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Our friend Eloy is in the house tonight, as he is listening from Monterrey, Mexico. It is the bottom of the second, Kenny. We were so caught up trying to get you the Hawks honeys, we haven't changed the ticker, as there's a fastball that is swung on, grounded over to short, fielded by Imamiya. He throws out his counterpart, Kobayashi, goes as a 6-3 for out number 1. That is going to bring up the designated hitter, Ho Naito. It's good to have Kenny in the house tonight on top of it. We got to get you onto the production side of things here, so that would allow us to be able to just sit back and relax, not have to worry about some of that other stuff. So Ho steps up to the plate. We saw him make his debut the other night. He is 0 for 5 on the season, and he swings and misses at the first pitch breaking ball, and the count is quickly 0-1. Oh, Naito, I think, is that how they would say it, stocky guy. He comes out swinging from the dugout. He's a modern-day Japanese Randall Simon. And there is a fastball swung on. This ball is belted into deep left field. This ball is going to be trouble. It's off the wall. Rounding first and heading to second is Naito. Here comes the throw from Kondo. It is in time, but the tag is not, as Kenta Imamiya couldn't apply the... Was that Imamiya, or was that the second baseman? It looks like it was the second baseman, Namura, unable to apply the tag, as Naito is going to get himself a double, and that's the first hit of his NPB career. So for all of you who are joining us, you know that the Ho got his first hit right here. And you were listening to it on our stream. Nice play there by Kondo, by the way. But the ball came off the wall. It was one hop, then he barehanded it, and he just turned and threw a bullet to second base. Maybe if the second baseman, Nomura, was in a better position, they might have been able to have gunned down the runner, Naito. So here comes the first pitch to Ryu Sugasawa, and it is a split-figure pitch swung on and fouled away. Count is quickly 0-1. Sugasawa, another young player, he is 1 for 16 in his NPB career, batting .063. So right-hander against the left-hander as Atsu works to the set. Here comes the pitch. 0-1 on the way. Fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count goes to 0-2. I was saying the other night, one of my criticisms, and we had one of our listeners, Jeremy, was in here and asking questions about maybe why the Buffaloes didn't quite have the season back-to-back years getting to the Japan series, and why this year the drop-off. And I cited 3 reasons. One was obviously the loss of 2 big stars over the last 2 years, Masataka Yoshida and then Yoshinobu Yamamoto to Major League Baseball. Fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count remains at 0-2. Probably the biggest loss would have been Yamamoto, because how do you replace those wins? And he was their ace. So he was probably the biggest piece. The second piece to me was just the lineups are all over the place. And you could say they have a lot of depth, or maybe it's just a lot of dust they're trying to move around. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count goes to 1-2. And so when you have all the lineups that are being rotated around, players, especially hitters, want to play every day. And the everyday players aren't getting a chance to be in the lineup. That causes a bit of a problem. And then, you could point to a few other things as well, as certainly some of their bullpen hasn't been the best. They've had some moments. I mean, Andres Machado's been great at times. 1-2 pitch on the way. It is golfed into right field, moving toward the line, and this ball is just going to hook foul. Keeps the count at 1-2 to Sugasawa. We're talking a little bit about some of the goings-on in Mexico, of all things. Our friend Eloy, who's here, who's in Monterrey, was talking about some of the players that are in the Mexican League right now. There are some pretty good named players. Obviously, Trevor Bauer playing. I saw Luke Voigt, Robinson Cano. There's other players that are playing in that league. Here's a pitch. Fastball swung on, and it is lifted foul over on the third base side. The count remains at 1-2. We're also trying to wonder what the Mexican League would be paying the players these days to play there, as opposed to maybe going to Japan. Trevor Bauer making his home in the Mexican League, as we said. Didn't go back to Japan. I don't know if he's going to be making a global tour. There's the fastball swung on, is lifted to deep right center field. Back and giving chase is the right fielder. Masai makes the catch. Naito tagging at second, and he's going to advance to third on the flyout by Sugasawa. And that is going to put 2 in the books here, and that'll bring up the catcher, Sho Fukunaga. And when I look at Trevor Bauer's statistics, and you see what he's been doing, he's a perfect 10-0 in the Mexican League this year in 14 starts. Got himself a 2.48 ERA, which is just slightly better than what he did in the Japanese League last year. Japanese League, he was 10-4 with a 2.76 ERA. But you would never know it in the North American media, especially after he was sent down after a couple games. So here comes the pitch from the right-hander. There's a split finger pitch that misses down for ball one. Count is 1-0 to Fukuoka. Batting at even 200 on the season is the Buffaloes catcher. I was saying about players that with the Los Rojos of Mexico that are playing with Bauer. There's a fastball that misses up, and the count goes to 2-0. Former Cincinnati Red Aristides Aquino was playing there. Franklin Barreto, who was a prospect for the Blue Jays, played his time with Oakland. He's in that lineup. Robinson Cano, Lewin Diaz, I believe he was a Marlin. Jose Marmoleos, who spent time in the Japanese League. He was the MVP at AAA one year with the Mariners. There's a fastball swung on it, is popped up over on the third base side of home plate. Out went Takuya Kai. The runner from third almost ran into Kai, had to avoid him at the last moment, as Kai is going to be able to haul that one in for the third out of the inning, and that's going to do it here in inning number 2 for the Buffaloes. Well, there was no runs in the inning. There was a hit. There was no errors, and there was one runner left aboard. Now moving to the top of the third inning. The score is the Buffaloes 0 and the Hawks 0. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in a few, and we'll continue to look at that lineup in Mexico. We'll be right back, guys. Appreciate you guys for being here with us on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel.
This is Steve Rademacher, and I'd like to introduce you to my channel if you haven't seen it before. These are all the things I enjoy: sports, autographs, relics, non-sports Hall of Famers, pseudo-sports, Star Wars. That's my channel name and my name, and I would really appreciate it if you would come check me out and maybe even subscribe if you like it. Thank you for that for now, and back to your ball game.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and the support you give to our channel. In turn, we like to support Steve Rademacher. After the game, be sure to go check him out and let him know Last Raps Baseball sent you. Talking a little bit about Trevor Bauer playing in the Mexican League. We're looking at some of the hitters, some of the pitchers, some of his teammates, and it is a number of players that are down there that are making a name for themselves. And the first pitch fastball is swung on, fouled away, as it's Soichiro Ishizuka who is at the plate here. He'll be followed by Naoki Sato on the top of the order, Kenta Imamiya. Other pitchers that are down there in Mexico with Major League experience that are names that people might recognize. Alex Claudio is on that team with Bauer, as is Juris Familia, former Met. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. Counts now 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Daniel Ponce de Leon and Jimmy Yacobonis, some other names that people may have recognized in their time in the big leagues. Apparently there's some money around there as the fastball is swung on and it is lifted foul into the seats down the right field line. Count remains at 0-2. And it is quite a division, or quite a league, as each league, there's the North Division and the South Division. As here is a breaking ball swung on, it is going to be looped softly into center field. Coming in is the center fielder, Sugasawa, and then he's got to throw on the brakes as that ball carried a little bit more than he thought. And Ishizuka is going to be gone for the first out of the inning. So one away, and that'll bring up the center fielder, Naoki Sato. As I said, there's a number of teams in the Mexican League with a lot of former big league players. Other players that were around in that spot as that first pitch fastball misses inside for ball. Count is 1-0. Former players from the NPB, Leonis Martin, who spent time with Chiba. Fastball swung on and missed. Counts now 1-1 to Sato, as well as Rusney Castillo, also playing in the Mexican League. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball misses down and away. Count now goes to 2-1 on Sato. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Roya Miyagi at 37 pitches so far, as that is a fastball that misses up, and the count now goes to 3-1. So 3 balls and 1 strike. Kenta Imamiya waits his turn on deck as Sato is in the 9th spot in the batting order. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball misses down. That's going to be ball 4. It's going to be the first walk issued here by Miyagi. And that is the first base runner they've had after he's retired 6 straight. Bring up the top of the order in Kenta Imamiya. So for Imamiya tonight, he comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1. He struck out his first time up. He is getting the start in the leadoff spot tonight. We have seen most of the season it's been Yukio Shudo, but we also saw Shudo get dropped down into the 9-hole more recently. He's not been swinging the bat as well. As the lefty kicks and delivers, it's a fastball that just misses inside for a ball, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Imamiya. Miyagi again leans in, gets the sign from his catcher Fukunaga as he works himself to the belt. And the 1-0 on the way. Fukunaga, I gotta say, really gets down into his crouch, and that pitch is a fastball swung on and missed. Count goes to 1-1. Well, if you think the Buffaloes are going to win, let us know in the chat. If you think the Hawks are going to win, let us know. Be curious to know what your thoughts were. If you think that one of these teams, as opposed to the other, is in a position to win. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. There's a fastball that just misses inside. It backs Imamiya off the plate, and the count now goes to 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike. Didn't get a chance to look at the games around Major League Baseball tonight, but I understand there were a couple of decent games around the big leagues. There's a breaking ball that is swung on and missed. Off to the races was the runner, Sato, but he's going to have to head back to first base, and the count is now 2-2 to Imamiya. So 2 balls and 2 strikes as the right-handed hitting shortstop digs himself back in. And waiting here on the offering from the left-hander Miyagi. Here comes the pitch. Instead, they throw to first base, and diving back in time is the runner Sato. So 2 balls and 2 strikes here. Top of the 3rd inning. As this is the only game going on in the NPB right now. Here's the 2-2. Fastball swung on, lined over the head of the second baseman, Oda, into right field. And Sato is going to slam on the brakes and hold at second base, as that ball was fired back into the infield quickly by the right fielder, Sugimoto. And the Hawks have something brewing here in inning number 3, as they've got runners at first and second and 1 gone. That's going to bring up the second baseman, Isami Nomura. Kenny says his opinion is the Buffaloes will win. Miyagi is pitching a good game so far. So far he is. He's the first blip of trouble he's had here tonight. But if there's somebody to get out of the trouble, that would usually be Miyagi. So Nomura striding to the plate. He's 1 for 1 tonight. He's raised his season average to 108. He is 4 for 37 on the year. And he swings at the first pitch, and that is 0-1 to put him in the hole here. Kenny says, I just think I jinxed him. Yeah. Kenny's the kiss of death. Right now, the infield is in double play depth. The corners are even with the bag. Here's the pitch. It is a breaking ball down. The appeal to the first base umpire, but they said Nomura didn't go. And the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. It's getting into crunch time, as we say in the NPB, just as it is in Major League Baseball. Time is running out. Sand is starting to fall in the hourglass as the pitch is on the way. It's a fastball swung on and missed by Nomura, and the count goes to 1-2. I don't know if a strikeout is needed here as much as probably a double play. I think that the left-handed hitting Ryoya Kurihara, who waits on deck, is probably a better option to lead off the next inning than he is to have to come with ducks on the pond. Here's the 1-2. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball swung on and missed. And that is going to retire Nomura. That is going to be the 5th strikeout of the night by Miyagi, as he is in the books for out number 2. That's going to leave it all up to the third baseman, Ryoya Kurihara. And for Kurihara, he's 0 for 1 tonight. He struck out looking his first time up. So tough matchup for him, lefty versus lefty. I will say there was a pretty good clip to this game here. The other night when we called these two teams, it was unbelievable. The Friday the 13th game, as the Buffaloes used 5 pitchers in the 8th inning. And there's a fastball swung on and missed. And the 8th inning, if you weren't here the other night, took 45 minutes to play, just the top of the 8th. They had to make a bunch of pitching changes. They had a pitcher come in, Kosei Yoshida. He got hit with a comebacker. He had to leave the game after 1 batter. Then they brought in the right-hander Utagawa. And Utagawa came in, and he left after 1 batter, but his velocity was really low. They brought another pitcher in, couldn't get an out. There's a fastball swung on, his grounded softly up the middle, fielded on the backhand by Nomura. He tries to flip it with his glove to the shortstop at second base, but he's unable to make the play. That's going to go as a base hit. But more importantly, stopping at third was Sato. I think if I was Sato, if he would have kept going, they might have scored the run because the ball ended up getting away from the shortstop Kobayashi. Instead, Kurihara is going to get himself an infield single. And that is going to bring up the designated hitter, Hotaka Yamakawa, with the bases loaded and 2 out. And I think that in some ways, I think that the second baseman, Oda, there had more time than he probably could have or should have had. He would have actually brought it up and made the exchange at his waist and did the flip. He still might have had a chance to get the out. That could have been great disaster for him there. Here comes Yamakawa to the plate. The big fella here with 31 home runs on the season. Here comes the first pitch. Fastball, take it for a called strike. The count is quickly 0-1. That was a great pitch by Miyagi, nibbling the outside corner. Yamakawa hitting 246 on the season. He's got 92 runs driven in to go along with those 31 home runs. Now Miyagi steps off the backside of the rubber and he wants to cycle through the signs again. Our friend Kenny, who said he may have jinxed the Buffaloes, well, we're going to find out right now if that's going to come to fruition. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball misses down and the count goes to 1-1. There's nowhere to pitch to Miyagi, or nowhere to put Miyagi, or nowhere for Miyagi to put Yamakawa. He's got to pitch to him. And the manager, Nakajima, looking on in disgust. So here comes the 1-1 pitch as the lefty works himself to the set. Kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on and missed. Oh, Yamakawa, he wanted to put that one into the seats in grand style. It was just a little bit late, as he couldn't catch up with that fastball. And I think if I'm Miyagi, I come back right here with something soft. So here comes the 1-2 pitch. Lefty kicks and delivers. Breaking ball misses down and away, and the count goes now to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to the big fella as he waits here. Miyagi again getting his sign from his catcher, Fukunaga. Runner at third, Sato. Runner at second, Imamiya. Runner at first is Kurihara. Bases loaded for the Hawks. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on. It is lifted into foul territory on the right side. Moving over and camping out underneath it is the first baseman, Cedeno, and he's going to make the catch, and that is going to do it here as Yamakawa is gone for the third out of the inning. Oh boy, do the Hawks ever threaten, but they don't score. There was no runs in the inning, yet there was 2 hits, no errors, and 3 runners left the board. We're moving to the bottom half of inning number 3. Your score is Buffaloes nothing and the Hawks nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a bit. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight and listening on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the top of the order to come to bat here for the Buffaloes in inning number 3. That means it's going to be Oda, Osato, and Sugimoto. As Roya Miyagi did his best magic impersonation to pull a rabbit out of his hat and escape that last half inning for the Buffaloes. So now it is going to be the Osaka-based club's opportunity to try to right the ship here, as the leadoff hitter comes to bat in Oda. Oda singled to lead off the ball game tonight. He takes a first pitch breaking ball upstairs for ball 1. The count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. The second baseman of the Buffaloes. As the right-hander Atsu delivers, it's a fastball swung on, his grounded foul just past the bag at third base. The count now goes to even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Righty works himself to the set. Here comes the pitch from Atsu. He delivers a breaking ball that misses upstairs. Now the count goes to 2-1 on Oda. Atsu again nodding in agreement with his catcher as he works himself set to the belt. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball swung on, lifted into shallow right field. Backing up is the second baseman as Nomura camps out underneath it, and he's there to make the catch. And that is going to retire Oda for the first out of the innings. So 1 up and 1 away. That's going to bring up the third baseman, Kosei Osada. Well, for Osada, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He has struck out his only time up. Batting from the left side, Osada on the season is hitting .219 with a couple of homers and 7 RBIs. And the pitch on the way is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Right-hander Atsu ready to go again. He kicks and fires. Fastball swung on and lifted foul. It's going to reach the seats over on the third base side. I will say tonight, the crowd at the Kyocera Dome is a lot better than it was on the Friday night game in Japan. Friday night, I would have said probably would have been more like about a 70% capacity crowd. Disappointing for an NPB team, especially one that had been to the Japan series the year before. There is a breaking ball swung on. It just popped up into left field. Toward the line is where Kondo is going to make the catch. That is going to retire Atsu for the second out of the inning. So 2 up, add 2 away, and that's going to leave it up to the right fielder, Yutaro Sugimoto. Well, for Sugimoto on the season, on the night, he's 0 for 1. On the season, seen his average drop to 235. He's got 10 homers and 23 runs batted in. He bats from the right side against the right-hander Atsu, who kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball swung on. It is cued off the end of the bat, foul on the first base side of home plate, and the count is 0-1. Sugimoto now with 10 home runs on the season, and there is some pop and firepower in this lineup, with Cedeno at 13 and Nishikawa at 7. They can put the ball in the seats in this middle part of the order. Here comes the 0-1. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 0-2 on Sugimoto. Right-hander gets his sign again, and now he's ready to go. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Atsu kicks, and he fires. There's a fastball swung on it. His line foul down the right field line. The count remains at 0-2. Starting to wonder if the right-hander Atsu here is going to finally be able to get a 1-2-3 inning here. Not been able to do that in his first 2 innings of work. Here comes the 0-2. As the right-hander kicks and fires, it's a breaking ball that misses down and away. The count is 1-2. One thing I will say about Atsu is he's not the most particularly quick worker, as he is very deliberate, goes through his motion every time. Here's the pitch. That is a fastball swung on and missed. He walked the ladder, and Sugimoto's down on strikes. He's in the books for out number 3. That's the 3rd strikeout recorded tonight by the right-hander Atsu. No runs in the inning, no hits, no errors. That is 5 in a row retired by the Hawks right-hander. As we are now a third of the way in the books in this one. Your score is where we started. 0-0. We'll be back in just a bit. Appreciate you guys for hanging with us on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. Hiroya Miyagi ready to continue working here as he has thrown 55 pitches through the first 3 innings of work. He has scattered himself 3 hits. He's only walked 1 batter, and he has struck out 5 along the way. So here we go into inning number 4, as he will be facing Kondo, Masaki, and Kai. So the lefty Maggie kicks and delivers. Fastball taken for a called strike. The count is quickly 0-1. I know that sometimes the crowd on Saturday night late arriving, as they have the mixed martial arts, is a big piece to our crowd, as there's a fastball that misses outside. Count goes to 1-1. And so for those of you who are into the MMA, there was a fight earlier today, I think in Great Britain. There's a fastball swung on by Kondo, and it's lifted foul into the seats down the third base line. 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. And it was like a UFC doubleheader. It is O'Malley and DeVille, I think is the name, in Las Vegas, Nevada. There's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-2. So if we go and take a peek, as I said, the fight in Great Britain was earlier this morning, and looks like the final was in for the fight between the women in the undercard, as there was a fastball taken for a called third strike. Kondo stood there like the house by the side of the road, and he watched that go by for out number 1. Not sure what he was expecting, but that pitch was pretty darn good by Miyagi. So 1 in the books, and that'll bring up the right fielder, Tomoya Masaki. So the main event to come will be O'Malley and I'm going to butcher the other name. It's Merab Dvalishvili from Georgia, as that pitch misses upstairs to Masaki for ball 1. But the women in the undercard just finished. There's a slow breaking ball swung on. It has popped up over into shallow right field, moving over underneath it and making the catch is Sugimoto, as Masaki is gone for out number 2. That's going to bring up the catcher, Takuya Kai. And for Kai, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He has struck out in his only appearance to the plate. So Kai coming to bat here is Miyagi looking for a quick inning. He threw north of 20 pitches in the first inning. He threw 25 in the third. And then it has been every other inning. And there's a first pitch fastball swung on. It is lifted into straightaway center field. Moving over underneath it is Sugasawa, and he's there to make the catch. And that is going to do it, as the Hawks go in order here in inning number 4. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left aboard. We are now moving through to the bottom of the 4th inning. Your score is where we started, 0-0, Hawks and Buffaloes. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the heart of the batting order to come to bat here for the Buffaloes in inning number 4. That means Nishikawa, Cedeno, and Kobayashi. So the 4, 5, and 6 hitters to face the right-hander Atsu, who is right on the 45 pitch mark through his 3 innings of work. So we are about ready to resume the action. As the right-hander has just completed his warm-up tosses. Nishikawa, who leads it off, he is officially got no at bat tonight as he did walk in his first plate appearance. And he was stranded at first in the Buffaloes' first inning. So Nishikawa is stepping in. Ready to face the first offering from Atsu. If I remember correctly, it's Atsu's second season in the NPB. I believe he was a pick in last year's draft. I have to go back and have a look. Fastball swung on and is fouled off the leg of Nishikawa. The count is quickly 0-1. Sent off the top of my head. I remember one of the things that when I was a kid, and we talk about it, people will see on the channel that we do open baseball cards, and some of the people maybe don't always understand what we're doing. I always believe that you got to play, you got to watch, and you got to listen. And when we do our programming, we give baseball cards to the kids at the end because you're hoping that they get to learn the players, they get to go home, they watch the game, maybe the stats interest them for math, whatever it might be, whatever captures their attention. As the 0-1 is on the way, it's a fastball that misses inside, and the count now goes to 1-1. And whenever it is that you can turn and like the game and make it a little bit better for yourself. But as you give the kids the cards, you can learn a lot off the back of the cards. And it's the same thing in the Japanese stuff. There's a lot of tidbits and information you can pluck off on the back of the cards. As that fastball is swung on and grounded foul just past the bag at first base, and the count is 1-2 to Nishikawa. I told the story probably, I don't know, maybe last year, and I said that I'd run into Scotty Bowman, the former longtime National Hockey League coach. This is going back about probably almost 30 years ago. And he was coaching the Detroit Red Wings at the time, ran into him in a men's store, him and his wife. As the 1-2 pitch is on the way, and it's a breaking ball, take it for a called third strike. Nishikawa down on strikes for the first out of the inning. So he is gone, and that's going to bring up the first baseman, Leandro Cedeno. I was telling the story a little bit about Bowman, and I asked him, I said, I understand you collect hockey cards. And at the time, of course, you're getting into an era that really was kind of the infancy of the internet. I asked him why he collected, and one of his reasons was at that time there wasn't as much player movement as there is today. It was to get to know the players better. There's a pitch, it's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count goes to 1-0. And some of the information, the players would find out. What does he do with his spare time? Does he like hunting and fishing? Does he like to do outdoor stuff? What makes the guy tick? Fastball swung on, grounded softly foul past the bag at third base, and the count now goes to 1-1 on Cedeno. So I thought that was a little bit fascinating that was the approach that he took. But when you didn't have the internet, any way you could get information on players, whether it be magazines, whether it be the cards, was always a great piece. So even for us, especially with the NPB, we like to open up some of that stuff and then use the Google Translate on the things we can't read. As there's a fastball that misses down and in, and the count is now 2-1. To help us get a better understanding of the players and what they're about. As the 2-1 pitch is ready to come here to Cedeno, as the right-hander delivers, it's a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to short. Fielded awkwardly by Imamiya. He throws to first, and that is going to retire Cedeno. It's a ground out 6-3. He's in the books for the second out of the inning, and it's going to leave it all up to the shortstop, Kotaro Kobayashi. Well, for Kobayashi, he is 0 for 1 tonight. Kobayashi on the season, batting .254, a couple of homers and 35 runs batted in. As he waits here on the pitch from Matsu, who kicks and delivers. It's a slow breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. Count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike it is to Kotaro Kobayashi. As the right-hander again delivers, it's a fastball that just misses inside. Takuya Kai, I don't think, agreed with that pitch. He really held it in there a little extra long for the umpire to get a good look at it. So anytime you have an opportunity to learn about the players, they take advantage of it. Fastball swung on, Lifted into right field, backing up, and underneath it is Masaki, and he makes the catch, and that's going to do it here as the Buffaloes go quietly. That's 8 in a row retired now by Atsu. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left aboard. We're moving to the top of the 5th inning. Your score is where we started, 0-0 Hawks and Buffaloes. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll be back in just a few with all the action. Top of the 5th around the corner. And for those of you who like to put your money down on the games, this is a big inning as we move to the 5th. We'll be right back after this. We've got a score line of 0-0. We'll be back in just a couple moments as it will be the 8, 9, and 1 hitters to come to bat for Fukuoka in the top of the 5th inning. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back in just a few. Welcome back, everybody. We are moving to the top of inning number 5. As we were talking about before, that some of the people here will have some money down on the games. Certainly Frank Howard, who was in here earlier on, he had said he had a no-run first inning for a parlay, and there was a fastball swung on and missed. Count is quickly 0-1 to Ishizuka. Ishizuka, Sato, and Imamiya to get things going here in the 5th for the Hawks. As the left-hander Miyagi delivers, it's a breaking ball, waved at and missed. The count now goes to 0-2. One of the things that I was thinking about in Major League Baseball, they don't talk about it during the games. I wonder when we're going to start. Well, I shouldn't say they don't. They don't talk about it, but they do have on some of the channels, especially Bally's, they'll have the pick the stick contests, or they'll talk about parlays before the game, but they never really talk about it during the game. As the 0-2 is on the way, there's a fastball swung on it, is grounded up the middle, fielded, moving to his left by Kirby-Ashi. He throws to first, and Ishizuka is gone on a ground out 6-3 for the first out of the inning. 1 up and 1 away, and that is going to bring up the center fielder, Naoki Sato. And what I mean by that is when I look at the situation with the gambling, there's just so much money involved in it now in the sport, whether it be baseball or football or, all the different sporting events that are out there, that they really don't talk about it during the games or anything. It's like it's an elephant in the room that doesn't exist. Fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. And of course, then you have the likes of Pete Rose and others that are no longer in the game because of it. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count's 0-2. Now, I don't know if our listeners saw the other day about the minor league player in the Minnesota Twins organization. They're playing the Detroit Tigers farm system in the playoffs as the 0-2 on the way is a fastball taken for a called third strike. Oh, Sato, he watched that one go by. He's gone for out number 2. And that is going to leave it all up to the top of the order. And Kenta Imamiya. We're trying to turn off our notifications here. We got a brand new phone, and right now my phone is telling me that the championship match is about to start. As the pitch is a fastball that misses down, and the count is 1-0 to Imamiya. A UFC championship match, that is. So 1 ball and no strikes. Here comes the 1-0. It is a breaking ball that catches the outside corner. Count now goes to 1-1 on Imamiya. But as I was saying, it's the gambling part nobody really wants to talk about on the mainstream. It's there, and It is a big part of the ball game as a lot of people are interested. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded softly to second. Fielded neatly by the Buffalo second baseman Oda. He throws to first. That's a ground out 4-3, and that's going to do it here in the top of the fifth inning for the Hawks. There was no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. So back-to-back 1, 2, 3 innings for Miyagi. As we move ourselves to the bottom of the fifth inning, we are where we started. It is 0-0, Buffaloes and Hawks. If you took the under, you're living large right now because I don't know what the under was, but I know it's 0, and so you got to be under something. This is where it is. Can't get below that. We'll be back in just a few right after this. We got ourselves a 0-0 game. We'll be back in just a few. Here is our friend Steve.
Oh, hello. Oh, hey. Yep. I'm just sitting here listening to Freddie call another game here on YouTube. Oh, yeah, going really good. He's calling a great game. Really exciting. Lots of stuff going on. You're lucky it's commercial break right now. I got a second. Oh, yeah, of course I'm having a cold one. Oh, yeah, got plenty of videos coming up this week. You should stop in, check them out, leave a like, tell other people. But, Freddie's coming back. I got to go catch the game. I will check in with you later. You have a good night, buddy. Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 7, 8, and 9 hitters to come to bat for the Buffaloes. It is going to be Ho Naito, and then it'll be Ryo Sugasawa and Sho Fukunaga. It is Naito who got his first NPB hit his last time up. He swings at a breaking ball for strike one, and the count is 0-1. Naito had a double off the left field wall. He is now 1 for 6 in his very short NPB career. Made his debut in the Friday night game for the Buffaloes as he swings at a breaking ball and misses, and the count now goes to 0-2. Swung so hard, he went flying into the other dugout. So Ho Naito, who is in his infancy here in the NPB. 0-2 pitch. It's even a slower breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count now 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Naito. We're talking about that match between O'Malley and Marab, still in the walkouts, according to ESPN. As that fastball misses outside, it's now 2-2. Remember, at the end of this half inning, we like to call it the Japanese halftime. That's where we put the music on loop and we will take a break ourselves. Yes, it is going to be a split finger pitch and misses down. It's now 3-2 to Naito. Actually, the last pitch was a changeup. Atsu throws a lot of changeups. You can't always quite tell with the depth of the pitch. Very similar movement as it does go down. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there was a breaking ball swung on. It's looped softly over to the shortstop. Imamiya fields it on the run barehanded, and he throws to first. Oh, what a nice play there by Imamiya. That's a ground out 6-3, and it's little wonder why he has won some of the best defensive awards over the last number of years. He had to attack that ball, fielded it with the bare hand. It had a lot of English on it as it had spun to his right. So moved away from him, and he had to grab it barehanded and fire it across the diamond. So 1 in the books. That leaves it, or brings up the center fielder, Ryu Sugasawa. As the first pitch on the way is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Sugasawa 0 for 1 tonight. He flew out to right field his last time up. He's seen his average drop to 0.59 on the season. Currently 1 for 17. Fastball swung on and missed. Now he's in the hole at 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. Right-hander against the left-hander. Natsu waggling the bat as he kicks and he delivers. Fastball misses outside. And the count now goes to 1-2 on Sugasawa. I have to say, Atsu has got himself on quite the roll as he has retired 9 straight Buffalo batters. Here's the 1-2. Kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on, popped up in the infield. Playable as underneath it is the shortstop Emamiya, and he makes the catch. And that is going to be the second out of the inning, and it's going to leave it all up to the catcher, Sho Fukunaga. Well, for Fukunaga, he is 0 for 1 tonight. He popped to the catcher his first and only time up. So he steps in here ready to face the right-hander Atsu for the second time tonight, batting from the right side. Atsu kicks, and he fires. Squaring the bunt was Fukunaga, and he takes a fastball outside for ball 1. The count is 1-0. That last pitch was at 91 miles an hour. Atsu, not the most overpowering pitcher that the Buffaloes have, but he does have a pretty good pitch mix. As the 1-0 pitch is on the way, he kicks and fires. Fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike it is. We'll get our halftime queued up. As we said, music on loop. As the fastball is swung on, this ball is lifted into shallow right field. Backing up is the second baseman, and he's going to call off the right fielder who was coming in, and it's going to be caught by Nomura, and that is going to do it. As again, the Buffaloes go 1-2-3 here in inning number 5. Well, we're all back to where we started. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. 5 innings in the books. We are moving to the 6th. If you took the under, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that you won, as there hasn't been a point put on the board yet. We'll be back in just a bit, everybody. Appreciate you guys for being here. Music on loop. We got to get a drink. We got to hit the washroom. We'll be back in just a bit.
All I want
Welcome back, everybody. The sixth inning just got underway. On the first pitch, Isami Nomura saw he flew out to the left fielder, Ryoma Nishikawa, for out number one. That is going to bring up Ryoya Kurihara to the plate. The first pitch from Miyagi is a fastball that just misses outside for ball one. So one gone here on the sixth inning, and Kurihara at the plate, who is 1 for 2 today. He's got a single and 2 trips. He's also struck out looking. As the 1-0 on the way, it's a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-0. As I watch Miyagi pitch here, I think of the left-handed batting of Kurihara. I think about probably how I'd want to train the lefties to bat. As there's a fastball that catches the outside corner, and it's 2-1. He used to be a longtime coach at Lewis and Clark State in Idaho, as LC State was. His name was Ed Sheff. As a fastball swung on it, is lifted foul into the seats, and the count's 2-2. And what he used to do is he used to put pitching machines on platforms, so they had downward tilt. And when you came in there to start hitting in the fall, when you would report, you'd get used to, you'd put it up to 90 plus miles an hour, and you'd have to be hitting those fastballs off the machine. As a fastball swung on, it's chopped right back to the pitcher. Miyagi fields it. He throws to first, and Kurihara is gone on a ground out. That's going to be 1-3 in the books for the second out of the inning. That's going to bring Hatake Yamakawa to the plate, as Yamakawa is 0 for 2. I was telling that story about Sheff. So what he used to do is put it on the platform so that it wasn't just at regular ground height. It was at the height as if it was coming out of the pitcher's hand off of the mound. And there's a fastball ticket for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. I think if I was working with the lefties and I just watched the way some of these lefties are up at the plate, I think I would want to be putting the angle of the ball to come out as a lefty to them, so they get to see that a little bit more. As there's a breaking ball that is waved at and missed by Yamakawa, and he's in the hole now at 0-2. I just watched Kurihara at the plate. He looks so uncomfortable against Miyagi. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is now 1-2. Now, when you think about it, right-handed hitters have to face right-handed pitchers more regular. Why do they not still have that same uncomfortableness when they're hitting? There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded up the middle. Fielded by the second baseman, Oda. He throws to first. That's a pretty tidy 1-2-3 inning here for Miyagi. No runs in the inning, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. We're moving to the bottom of the sixth. It's still locked up at zeros. We'll be back in just a few. And we appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this from our friend Steve.
Thank you, Freddie. Appreciate your support and everybody out there. Steve again here, obviously, with the Milwaukee Brewers. Of course, we have Bernie Brewer on my favorite beverage of choice right there, along with a card of Bernie. Yay! Now, we got some special guests here. I'm not just talking about our Hall of Fame lineup. I must be in the front row. Hey, come on there, Robin. I got 3,000 hits. What do you have? Well, I was the all-time saves leader, and I got 1.5 feet on you. Okay, Raleigh, settle down, buddy. Now, none of this could be possible without Harvey's Wallbangers. There's Harvey. And who could forget the Fonz? Hey.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and everything you do for our channel. It is going to be coming to bat. The top of the order for the Buffaloes, Ryo Oda, Kosei Osato, and Yataro Sugimoto. To face the right-hander, Ryosuke Atsu, who is on for his 6th inning of work. Keep our eyes peeled as Oda and Osato gets himself into the on-deck circle. Buffaloes tonight, no runs, 2 hits, no errors. Hawks tonight, no runs, 3 hits, no errors. There has been some traffic on the base paths, but as the game has progressed, both of the starters have settled into a groove. There's a first pitch breaking ball that drops in for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Oda. I think with the frequency that Atsu throws that changeup, I think I'd actually want to be sitting changeup at times. Certain hitters maybe should be looking for that pitch. It's not traditional. There's a fastball that swung on and line foul down the right field line, and the count goes to 0-2, because if you sit soft, you have a hard time catching up to the heaters. But maybe that might be something that some of these players might want to consider. Well, it looks like it is in round 2 of that championship fight, as it is between them there. There is a breaking ball swung on. It's grounded softly to short. Imamiya fields it, throws to first, and that is going to retire Oda on a ground out 6-3. As that is going to be the first out of the inning, and that'll bring up the third baseman, Kosi Osada. And when you look at the strikes, or you look at the round 1 of that fight, I think that fella from Georgia, Merab Velishvili, if that's how you say his name, he is looking like he is probably in control of that fight right now. But anything can happen. As the first pitch is on the way to Atsu, it's a fastball swung on, or say Osada. It's grounded to second, and that is going to retire Osada on a ground out 4-3. And Atsu is pitching well here. So that is the second out of the inning. So 2 gone, and that'll bring up the right fielder, Yataro Sugimoto. So in a way here, it would be kind of a shame for both of these starters for one of them to have to get the loss, if that ends up being the case. Only 73 pitches here in the 6 innings for right-hander Atsu, as he's been very economical here tonight. And the first pitch on the way to Sugimoto, it's a changeup taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Take a look at that one again. We're getting better at identifying the difference between his changeup and his split finger pitch. That changeup just sort of locks up the hitters. As I said, there's not enough pitchers in the Japanese league that throw the changeup. There's a fastball that is check fouled over on the first base side of home plate, and now it's 0-2 to Sugimoto. Sugimoto's had a rough night at the office tonight. He is 0-2. He's flown to center and struck out. And with the Buffaloes only having 2 hits, there's not a lot to be said tonight for this lineup. So the 0-2 is on the way. It's a fastball that misses down and away. Count now goes to 1-2. I was talking a little bit about the UFC fights, and it's never been something I really got into. I do like boxing, but the prize fights and the boxing that you see today, it's hard to follow sometimes. There's a split finger pitch swung on and missed. And Sugimoto in the books. He's gone for out number 3, and that's going to do it here in the 6th inning as the Buffaloes go in order. And that is now 14 in a row retired by Atsu. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. We're now moving to the top of the 7th. 2/3 of this ball game is in the books. We'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you guys for hanging with us here tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Here is our friend again, Steve Rademacher. Let's go look in his fridge.
Steve here from outside his refrigerator that a lot of you like so much. So let's go inside. There's my hot sauces and other stuff. Let's see what we can do here for Freddie. Awesome game, Freddie. Keep up the good work. We love the baseball. So why don't we rip open Garbage Pail Kids just for you and the listeners. Large Marge, she belongs in the fridge. Liberty Libby, well, she belongs down here on the beer. Apple Corey, hey, he's pretty cool. Put him on that beer up here. And Target Margaret. Oh, Series 3 Chrome, Garbage Pail Kids. Freddie, back to you in the game, and everybody else, please enjoy everything he does and tip him nicely.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and the support you give to our channel. And in turn, we support Steve Rademacher. It is going to be coming to bat here for the Hawks in their half of the 7th inning. Kensuke Kondo, Tomoya Masaki, and Takuya Kai. That would be batters number 5, 6, and 7. So Kondo is getting himself settled into the batter's box. Is Arroyo Miyagi ready to begin his 7th inning of work? Both the starters still in the ball game. There's 82 pitches for Miyagi through his first 6, as he delivers a fastball that misses inside, and the count is quickly 1-0. Kondo 0 for 2 tonight. He has grounded out to second and struck out looking in his 2 trips. As the left-hander works himself to the set, here comes the pitch. Fastball misses inside, and the count now goes to 2-0. So 2 balls and no strikes to Kondo. Kondo is a very dangerous hitter. You got to be careful with him as he's waiting here on the lefty. Another fastball that misses outside. The count's now 3-0. We are getting into the point of the game where I know they like to bunt Japanese baseball, but I would have to be thinking they'll be nickeling and diming it tonight. Lots of bunts in that game last night between the Carp and the Tigers. And not all were successful. There's a fastball that misses upstairs, and Miyagi has issued a free pass as Kondo is aboard for the first time tonight via base on ball. And that is going to bring up the right fielder, Tomoya Masaki. Well, for Masaki, he's officially 0 for 2 tonight. He has struck out and flown out to right. I think that Miyagi, depending on how he does here, could come back for another inning. I also think that's also dependent on what maybe the Buffaloes start to do at their end offensively. So Masaki gets himself settled in. As the first pitch from Miyagi's on the way, it's a fastball that backs him off the plate, and the count is quickly 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike to Masaki. And now the shortstop, Kotaro Kobayashi's come in to say a couple of words to his lefty. That's 5 balls in a row delivered by Miyagi here in the 7th inning. He's lost a little bit of a feel for his delivery. So Kobayashi going in there to tell him, hey, we got your back. Let him put the ball in play. Here's the 1-0. Instead, Miyagi throws over to first base, and getting back to the base easily is the runner Kondo. I got it 0-1. The scoreboard has it at 1-0. I forget what the first pitch was, as there was a ball thrown over to first. Here's the pitch. It's a fastball swung on. I guess it was the ball that was delivered, as we said, 5 in a row. Now that fastball swung on and fouled away, so it was my marking that was incorrect. So 1 ball and 1 strike. As we said, keeping an eye on that fight, and it looks like that O'Malley still really hasn't been in control over there. It looks like it is all statistically that Marab Velishvili, as there is a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 2-1. People who live on the east coast of North America, that's going on 1 o'clock in the morning. It is a late one for those folks. Here's the 2-1. It is a fastball that misses inside, and the count now goes to 3-1 on Masaki. And I think if I'm the Buffaloes, I might want to make that call to the bullpen, start getting some guys warmed up. Of course, it probably won't be for Utagawa or for Yoshida. As both of those arms, I do believe, are going to be out for a little bit. Although maybe Yoshida, maybe not. He got hit in the calf, but I guess it all depends on how he responds to that comebacker. As the 3-1 pitch is ready to come here from Miyagi. Pitch on the way. It is a fastball swung on. It is popped up over on the right side. Moving in is the right fielder, and that is going to be hauled in there by Sugimoto. As the second baseman, Oda, was called off, and Masaki is going to be gone for the first out of the inning. So in some ways, that's a bit of a help here for Miyagi, as he had lost a little bit of his command of his pitches. That's going to bring up the catcher, Takuya Kai. And for Kai, he is 0 for 2. He has struck out and flown to center field in his 2 trips. Our friend Kenny says 1:48 a.m. on the East Coast. Yep, approaching the 2 o'clock hour. And for those of you who are up with us, joining us from the East Coast, you know what that's all about. There's the first pitch, breaking ball, check swing fouled, and the count is 0-1 to Kai. Different lifestyles. You know, before I moved out to the West Coast, living on the East Coast, it was commonplace up at 1, 2 in the morning. You go back in the younger years when you'd go out to the bars, it used to be age in Canada was 19 and the US was 21, and at least the state that was being the state of Michigan, as they throw over first base and getting back in time as condo. And so the bars would close at 2 in the morning, and in the area where I lived, there was a lot of shift work. So the afternoon shifts would get off usually between 11 o'clock, midnight, and the people would go to the bar, and the bars would be buzzing right till 2 in the morning because the people would come off of work and straight to the bar they'd go. There's a fastball swung on. This is lined over the head of the shortstop, Kirbiashi, into left field, rounding second and heading to third is Kondo. He is going to reach there safely. That's going to put runners on the corners with one gone, and it's going to bring up the first baseman, Soichiro Ishizuka. So again, Miyagi starting to find himself in a little bit of trouble. It's the first bit of trouble he's been in since the third inning. So let's talk a little bit about the bars as we have a pitching coach coming to the mound to talk to Miyagi. The full conference of Buffaloes on the hill. So as far as I was concerned, it was like a shift work. They just passed the torch. Well, when you live on the West Coast, there isn't the shift work as much. There is, but not as much as you have on the East Coast. People will go to the bars sometimes after work if they're in the financial industry. Work is done at 1:30 in the afternoon after an early call. They'll go straight to the bar and they'll sit in the bar until 5, 6 o'clock at night, 7, whatever it is, go home, have a shower, go to bed and get up ready for the next day. So in a lot of ways, there's a sort of a feel like you would have in Great Britain or England. People would go from work straight to the bar. Here comes the pitch. Breaking ball misses outside. And the count now is 1 ball and no strikes to Ishizaka. Ishizaka tonight is 0 for 2. He's grounded out and flown out in his 2 trips. Infield and double play depth up the middle, in at the corners, as they are holding the runner at first. The third baseman even with the bag. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on and lifted foul into the seats over on the first base side. The count goes to 1-1. So as I said, you on the East Coast kind of get used to staying up and watching the events. So it still looks like the fella from Georgia has a commanding presence in the fight. That's just looking at it statistically. As far as who's going to win, that goes to the judges, and it could be anybody's game at that point. So Miyagi holds set. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on and is popped up in the infield. That's exactly what Miyagi needed. Camping out underneath it is the second baseman, Atsu, and he's going to make the catch. He's going to retire Ishizuka. He's gone for the second out of the inning, and it's going to leave it all up to the center fielder, Naoki Sato. And if I'm the Buffaloes right here, I think I come out and make sure you got your first and third set up, because there could be some shenanigans here. Anything that you can do to try to get the run in this situation. So Miyagi looking to wiggle his way out of this jam here. He's at 97 pitches here in the 7th inning. Runner at third, Kondo. Runner at first is Takuya Kai. Kai, the not most fleet of foot. Kondo can run fairly well. As the pitch on the way is a fastball, take it for a called strike. The count is 0-1 to Sato. Sato had struck out looking and walked in his 2 trips to the plate. The Hawks fans that have made the trip are making their noise and cheering on their ball club, the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks, giving their love here to their visiting team in Osaka. Now here comes the 0-1 pitch as the lefty holds set. Kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on and lifted foul down the right field line. Count is 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. I do welcome everybody who's popped into the game here tonight, as it is a 0-0 ball game here in the top of the 7th inning between the Hawks and the Buffaloes. Battle between Hiroya Miyagi and Ryosuke Atsu. Both of these pitchers have been very good, but one of the few signs of trouble Miyagi's trying to get out of. There's a fastball that just misses down and away. The count is 1-2 to Sato. And I just get the feeling here that it's going to be the first team to blink, the first team to make a mistake. It's going to cost them here tonight. I don't know if one team is going to win it as much as one team is going to lose it. I just have that vibe to this game. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Fastball misses upstairs. Good take there by Sato, and the count now goes to 2-2. That was the 101st pitch of the ball game there for Miyagi. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. As the lefty, Miyagi looks in and gets the sign from his catcher, Fukunaga. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses down and away, and the count goes to 3-2. Well, in this situation here, the runner at first base is going to be on the move. I would say the crafty Miyagi want to take a throw over to first base, see if he can catch Takuya Kai on the move. So here comes the 3-2 as Miyagi kicks and delivers. Fastball misses inside. Oh, Miyagi didn't like the call. That's going to be ball 4. Sato is going to be aboard with the walk. That's going to load the bases. It's going to bring up the top of the order and Kenta Imamiya. And if you are looking at somebody right now to come to the plate to drive in a run, Kenta Imamiya might be your guy, as he has got himself 4 RBIs in his last 3 games. He has been a run producer for the Hawks. And Miyagi here, with the bases loaded, is going to get that opportunity to try to get out of this jam. And that prize fight right now is after 4 rounds so far as we check back in over there. So here comes the first offering to the right-handed hitting Kenta Imamiya, and the pitch on the way is a fastball that misses down and in. Count is 1-0. So Miyagi trying to work his way out of a jam. Bases loaded, nowhere to put Imamiya. 1 ball and no strikes. Shakes off his catcher, Fukunaga. Here comes the pitch. It's on the way. It's a breaking ball, swung on, grounded foul past the coach's box at third base. Count is 1-1. It was the pitcher, Atsu, who is kind of squatting and watching his offense, trying to get a run for him. So 1 ball and 1 strike. I'd be shocked if we saw another inning of Miyagi. But it is the Japanese league, so sometimes they can go 130 pitches. Unlike in North America, where we're afraid we might break somebody's nail. There's a fastball swung on. It is grounded over to third, and it's foul. Good thing it took a wicked hop and ended up getting by the third baseman, Osato. And the count now goes to 1-2 on Imamiya. So they're now in that 5th round of the fight between Rab and O'Malley. One would think they'll be wrapping that up in the next few minutes. So here comes the 1-2. As the pitch is on the way, it's a fastball that misses inside. Count goes to 2-2 on Imamiya. I know this after the half inning, we're going to go grab ourselves another drink. We're running a little bit low. Our iced tea is currently on the empty. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Imamiya. Might even be some ice cream to quell the throat. As the lefty delivers, it's a fastball swung on, popped up over on the first base side. Moving over is Cedeno, but he's going to watch it go into the netting, and the count remains at 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Just thinking about a guy like that quarterback for the Dolphins, if he was a boxer, he'd be done. I understand he was concussed in the other game the other night. Thinking about guys that were fighters and prize fighters. Fastball swung on. Ball is lifted into deep left center field. Giving chase is the center fielder, and it's going to be hauled in by the center fielder, Sugasawa, over the shoulder. What a nice running catch that was, as Imamiya sent it a long way, but not long enough, and he's gone for out number 3. While Miyagi able to wiggle his way out of the jam. There was no runs in the inning. There was 1 hit, no errors, and 3 runners left the board. We are now through 6.5 innings. Your score is the Buffaloes 0 and the Hawks 0. Everybody, we're going to take a mini break here. We're going to get ourselves maybe a dish of ice cream, whatever it is, to get the raspiness out of our voice. Our friend Caesar's in the house here. We're going to the bottom of the 7th. We'll be back in just a bit. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody. We appreciate you guys for being here with us. A little late getting back into the seat as we got the next best thing to some ice cream, some frozen yogurt. So hopefully that'll help our voice between now and the end of the game. Our friend Ken is in the house today. He said that was a pretty good video. Appreciate that. We did some Japanese baseball cards. We were talking about it a little earlier in the stream. We're saying how the back of the cards were able to get information on the players sometimes that you can't always get. I picked up a couple of magazines when I was in Japan that I really like. It was the Data Source. Also gives you some updated information on the players. Wish we could get some of those magazines here. Here comes the first pitch from the right-hander Atsu, and it's a breaking ball that misses down, and the count is 1-0 to Nishikawa. It's Nishikawa, Cedeno, and Kobayashi to get things going here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Our friend got his grade asked if we ripped it in Japan. I actually ripped them in Japan. I've got some other ones that I ripped as well. I just haven't posted the videos yet. We did all the openings in Japan and had a little bit of fun there as the count is 1-1. Looks like the Hawks have a new first baseman. I haven't done my diligence, but I think that might be Hikaru Kawase. Yes, the 1-1 pitch is on the way. It's a fastball swung on, and what do you know? It always goes right to the person who's in the game, and it caught him on the wrist funny. And he's shaking it off. It's exactly who it is. Hikaru Kawase, he's holding his wrist as he's down onto the two knees, and the trainer's going to come out and have a look at him. Welcome to the ball game. He probably wasn't expecting that one. Maybe some sort of easy ground ball to one of the other positions where he had to make the catch. He has a ring in his hand here. That is for certain. But that is going to be the first out of the inning. It's going to be a ground out 3-1 as Nishikawa is retired. And that'll bring up Leandro Cedeno. I always say it's like the ball goes to the weakest link. Every single one. Our friend God is Great says he's got the complete sets of that. Yeah, it was pretty good. I enjoyed doing the rip of it. And of course, we were able to pull a few neat pieces out of it. I think the biggest card that we brought back just out of for something to do was a Shohei Ohtani's second year. He was on a fighter's card with Hiromi Oka. And so the way Ohtani's been playing, we'll just keep that aside for a little bit and maybe decide to flip it here at some point as the first pitch breaking ball is swung on and tap foul, and the count is 0-1 to Cedeno. Cedeno today is officially 0 for 2. He's grounded to short and struck out in his 2 trips to the plate. We have a 0-0 ball game here. It is in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Late change, as we said tonight. Originally, we were going to do the Fighters and the Eagles, but that game was rained out as the breaking ball misses down and away, and the count's 1-1. And I think our friend Ken, who's in here, could probably attest to a little bit of rain in the Sendai region. Here comes the 1-1. Fastball swung on it is a bit of a jam job. Lifted into right field. Moving over underneath it is Masaki, and he makes the catch. That's going to retire Cedeno for the second out of the inning. So 2 gone here, and it's going to leave it all up to the shortstop, Kentaro Kobayashi. And I got to tell you, I ought to say something about the Buffalo bullpen, but Hiroya Miyagi, the starter, who is probably around 110 pitches, is upping throwing in front of the Buffalo dugout. So the lefty is probably just getting loosed up for another round of pitches. Here comes the offering to the right-handed hitting Kobayashi. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and the count's 0-1. So we're picking up some steam in here. I'm not sure who ended up winning the fight. It looked like it was the fella from Georgia with all these stats, as that breaking ball is swung on and missed, and the count now is 0-2. That always seems to be the way as we get the fight crowd coming in a late night. If you've picked the under in this one, you've done a great job. We are yet to see a run. As the right-hander delivers, it is a split-figure pitch swung on and missed. Good block over there by the catcher, Takuya Kai. He throws it to first. Kobayashi's in the books on a strikeout, 2-3 on the putout. And that will do it here in the 7th inning. Well, the Buffaloes go in order. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left the board. We're moving to the top of the 8th inning. Your score is the Hawks 0 and the Buffaloes 0. Back to where we started. We'll be back in just a couple moments. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the 8th inning. It'll be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters to come to bat for the Hawks. That means Nomura, Kurihara, and Yamakawa. as they will face Hiroya Miyagi, who is coming back out to start his 8th inning of work. And this is why you got to love Japanese baseball. And that's why Kenny Weaver loves the Hawk Honeys. Is that just as the Hawk Honeys come up, Hiroya Miyagi working north of 100 pitches coming out for his 8th inning of work. And so here comes the first offering. It is a breaking ball waved at and missed by Nomura, and the count is quickly 0-1. It was 109 pitches through the first 7 innings for Miyagi, and he hasn't skipped a beat. Pitch on the way, it is check swing fouled over on the third base side. And the count now goes to 0-2. Our friend Manny Mike is back, and he says, should I live bet Orix or should I live bet the Hawks? Well, this week, the way the game has been played, you should live bet the tie. I wonder what that would pay out, because it doesn't look like anybody wants to score a run tonight. As that breaking ball misses down and the count goes to 1-2. As we said, Miyagi had 109 pitches through the first 7 innings and not skipping a beat. I was thinking about Shota Imanaga with that no-hitter through 7, and they took him out. The Japanese probably were snickering that he had probably an extra 40, 50 pitches in the tank the other night. And there's a fastball swung on and missed. And Nomura is in the books for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up the third baseman, Ryoya Kurihara. And by our accounts, that would be the 8th strikeout by Miyagi. And the first one he's had since the 5th inning. So that is going to bring up the left-handed hitting Kurihara, who takes a first pitch ball outside, and the count is 1-0. As the pitch on the way, it's a breaking ball that misses outside. They appeal to the third base umpire, and they said that Kurihara went around. The count goes even to 1-1. Kurihara is 1 for 3 tonight. He's got a single, a strikeout, and a ground out to his name. As the lefty delivers, it is a breaking ball swung on. This ball could be trouble. It's belted into deep right field. If it stays fair, it's going to be gone, and it is just going to go foul. Oh, boy. Our friend Manny Mike, who was asking what he should have taken, that tie almost was broken up right there. He did get the barrel head out in front, and he just hooked it foul. It was probably about 6 or 8 feet foul to the right of the foul pole. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Kurihara. That might have been the best chance we've seen all night for either team. And here comes the pitch from Miyagi. It's a breaking ball that is waved at and missed. Kurihara goes down on strikes. He's gone for the second out of the inning. So Miyagi, who's north of 110 pitches, was looking as fresh as a daisy as he struck out the first 2 hitters here in the 8th inning back-to-back, and that'll bring up the designated hitter, Hotaki Yamakawa. And just a programming note, we will be back on the air again tomorrow night as we look to do the Fighters and the Golden Eagles, but if that game gets washed out again, more than likely we'll come back to this affair here as that first pitch breaking ball misses down for a ball, and the count is 1-0. Although I have to look at the Central League matchups to see if there's anything that could entice us. But it'll be early starts. Rare Monday baseball in the Japanese League. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball misses down. They appeal to the first base umpire, and they say that Yamakawa didn't go. 2 balls and no strikes. Nothing like NPB baseball late night. Unless you're into the Korean League. But we're not really into that. There's a breaking ball swung on and ground foul over on the first base side. Count now goes to 2-1. We're also going to try to get as many games as we can between now and the end of the month, especially the weeknight affairs. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Yamakawa as the lefty kicks and delivers. It's a fastball swung on. This ball is popped up into shallow left field. Moving back is the shortstop, and underneath it is Kobayashi as he calls off the left fielder Nishikawa. And that is going to do it as Yamakawa is going to be retired for the 3rd out of the inning. Well, keep your eyes peeled here. Who knows? Maybe we get Miyagi for yet another inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left aboard. We're moving to the bottom of the 8th inning. Your score: the Hawks nothing, the Buffaloes nothing. Stick around, everybody. It's time to put another pot of coffee on because I have a feeling this one might go 12. We'll be back in just a bit after this. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here tonight with us on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel.
Hello, kids. Steve coming back at you for a Big Bang Theory commercial timeout from Freddie. Good game calling there, Freddie. Always love listening to you. You never cease to amaze me. But let's see what we get from the cards really quick. We have Wallowitz. Hey, we have Sheldon Cooper. We have a foil card. Nice. Hey, look, it's Leonard. Another Sheldon Cooper. Hey, thanks for joining me. Hope you enjoy the game. And Freddie, let's big bang this thing out of here.
Welcome back, everybody. Our friend Kenny is tapping out for the night. He says he's got to get up early for church in the morning and he'll watch the rest later. We appreciate the support again, Kenny, and thank you for stopping in tonight and listening along with us. And usually, as the case when Alexander Leggett and others stop into the stream, that is where the runs will score. So Kenny will put his head down, turn the YouTube channel off, and the runs will start pouring in. We can all point to Kenny for doing it. It's going to be Ho Naito, then it'll be Ryo Sugasawa and Sho Fukunaga to come to bat here in the 8th. And the first pitch is a changeup that is swung on and missed. The count is 0-1 to Naito. Naito got his first hit, a double back in the 2nd inning. First hit in his NPB career. He is currently 1 for 7 at the plate. Here comes the 0-1, and it is a fastball swung on and missed, and the count goes to 0-2. I was making a comparison earlier that he reminds me of Randall Simon at the plate. In other words, Randall Simon, the former Pittsburgh Pirate, amongst many other players, would start swinging when he came out of the dugout, it seemed. That's what Naito is like here as he takes a split finger pitch in the other batter's box, and the count goes to 1-2. The rookie, his name is Ho, and his last name Naito. That's how I would say it, Naitoh. And he made his debut the other night. We saw him strike out on 3 pitches in the Friday game in Japan. There's a fastball swung on it. It is lined foul down the right field line. It's going to reach the seats. And the count remains at 1-2. On the call last night, we were talking about different things. And one of the listeners, Adam, who was listening from Korea, actually was listening from India. But he was an American who calls Korea home. And he was on a work trip in India listening to the game. And we were talking about, I was looking at going to Korea next summer. That would be the journey, and then maybe coming back to Japan for a few days. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. And I said, I'd never been to Fukuoka, so if I did go, I'd like to try to get to see the Hawks. And so anyway, one of my things that I was telling him is that as the pitch is on the way, there's a fastball that misses down and the count's 2-2. I said, I understood. I had a buddy who lived in Busan, South Korea years ago. There used to be a ferry that would run from Korea to Japan. And not only that, as our listener had pointed out, there's about 6 or 8 a day that run, but they have different speeds across the ocean. As there's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted down the left field line, drifting over, and it is just going to hook foul out of play. And that is going to keep the count at 2-2 on Naito. But they have like a helicraft, I think they would call it, and or like a hovercraft type thing, and it can go from Korea to Japan in 3.5 hours. And it absolutely flies across the ocean. And they say if you're got rough seas, it could be a bit bouncy, and you got to wear your seatbelts on it. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to third. Nice play by Kurihara. He throws it on one bounce to the first baseman, Kawase, and that is going to retire Naito for the first out of the inning on a ground out, 5-3. So one up and one away, and that'll bring up the center fielder, Ryu Sugasawa. So if that is the case, and I looked it up, it's about 140, I'd say maybe not $140, but maybe $100 US to go from Korea to Japan one way, and I think that would be pretty cool. But then, if you get seasick, you might have a problem, so make sure you take your gravel. Here's the first pitch. It's a breaking ball. It misses outside to Sugasawa. Sugasawa is 0 for 2 tonight. He also on the season has only got one hit, as he has 0 for 18 in his NPB career. There's a fastball swung on and tap foul. The count is now 0 even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. But as I say, I think that would be kind of cool on the condition that the Fukuoka SoftBank Hawks will be playing in a series. At the time I would go to Japan, there's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-1. And the other part to that is I'd be interested to see if that's a relation to JR, because if you get the JR rail pass, could you get the JR, would it work for you to be able to go on the ferry from Korea to Japan? There's a split finger pitch swung on and missed. The count goes to 2-2. And for those of you who are listening in who've never been to Asia, certain parts are a great experience, whether it's Japan or Korea, and I can only imagine. I've only dipped my toe into that part of the world. It is pretty amazing nonetheless. Here's the pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It's line foul down the third baseline, and the count is 2-2. Sometimes the perception of what exists in other parts of the world isn't really what the eye allows it to be, depending upon what type of media or what type of perception that you're seeing it from. But it is absolutely a great place to explore. Here's the 2-2. Fastball swung on. It is lifted into left center field. Moving over to his left and making the catch is Kato, and that is going to do it. That's going to be the second out of the inning. And that is 2 gone here. Our friend Ethan jumps in. He says, how are you watching? Very easy. I'm not sure where you're at, Ethan, but we're watching it just quite nice. 2 gone here, as that is going to bring up the catcher, Sho Fukunaga. It really depends on what country you're in, can dictate how you can go ahead and watch the game. So it's a question you have to ask yourself. Depending on where you're at, will dictate where you can find it. Here's the first offering to the catcher, Fukunaga, and the pitch is a breaking ball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Right-hander Atsu ready to go again, and he kicks and delivers. It's a breaking ball again, taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes here to Fukunaga. As the right-hander Atsu kicks and delivers again, it is a breaking ball swung on. This ball is going to get looped just over the head of the leaping shortstop, Emamiya. What a nice effort there by the shortstop, as that ball just had enough to get over top of it. It's going to be the first hit of the night for Fukunaga. He's got himself a single. That'll bring up the top of the order in Ryo Oda. Got to tell you, watching Emamiya, that's a pretty athletic play there by the shortstop. As he walked up the ladder, just didn't quite have enough to get it. So that brings Oda to the plate, who is 1 for 3 tonight. He had a single to begin the ball game. And off the pitcher, Atsu, that is only the first hit that the Buffaloes have had since the second inning. And if we look at it correctly, that would be 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 19 in a row, if our math is correct, set down by Atsu The last runner to reach base, or the last batter to reach base, was Naito with his double back in the second inning. And Atsu's been dealing tonight too. He's at 103 pitches now. As the right-hander works set, here's the pitch. Fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Oda. And why do I get the feeling that this game here could probably go, as I said before, 12 innings and nobody score a run? We could probably play another 12 and they might not score a run either. So the runner at first is Fukunaga. Oda is here with an 0-1 count. As the right-hander delivers, it's a fastball that misses upstairs. And the count runs even to 1-1 on Oda. As we mentioned, glad to have everybody in the stream tonight. And whether you listen live or on delay, great to have you with us as well. Especially with that late minute change that we had to make. There's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded softly just past the bag at third base. Count goes to 1-2. We mentioned earlier that we were going to do the game between the Eagles and the Fighters, but that game got washed out. We had to do a quick pivot to get ourselves prepared for this one, and we're glad we did. So 1 ball and 2 strikes, as this game has turned out to be better than advertised. It is the only game in town right now in the NPB. Here comes the 1-2. As the pitch on the way is a split figure pitch that misses down and away. Count goes to 2-2 on Oda. The other game that was supposed to be played, obviously, was that Fighters-Eagles game. All the rest of the games are going to go off at 1800 hours Japan time, or 6 o'clock p.m. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Oda. As the right-hander works himself set, now he is ready to go again. Here's the pitch. Yeah, it is a breaky ball swung on. It is lifted into right field. Camping out underneath it is the right fielder. That is Masaki, and he hauls it in. And Oda's going to be gone for the 3rd out of the inning. And we're going to go to the 9th inning, where we started. The score is 0-0. We'll be back in just a few after this. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left aboard. Let's see if Miyagi comes back out or if the manager, Nakajima, is going to make the call to the bullpen. We are going to inning number 9 in just a few. Appreciate you guys for hanging with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody. The Buffaloes are going to their bullpen. It is going to be the hard-throwing Andres Machado, making his 53rd appearance of the year. He's got a 2.06 ERA as he is coming on in relief here of Hiroya Miyagi, who was absolutely outstanding this evening. So Andres Machado on in relief, taking over here in the 9th inning, and he's going to be entrusted to have to face Kensuke Kondo, Tomoya Masaki, and Takuya Kai, the 5, 6, and 7 hitters in the batting order. So let's see what the Hawks have to offer here in terms of the way of offense. Kondo batting from the left side. He is officially 0 for 2 tonight. He has grounded out. He has struck out looking and walked. And the first pitch, fastball taken for a called strike. And the count is quickly 0-1. Kondo batting from the left side against the right-handed throwing Machado. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses up and away, and the count now is 1-1. That last pitch poured in at 96 miles an hour on the gun. Manny Mike says he's able to watch because he's the owner of the team. There you go. 1-1. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 1-2. One thing that I found fascinating when I was in Chiba, and I also when I was in Saitama, is I was pulled up the games on my phone to watch, and I was watching the game, and there was a good solid 15, 16-second delay between the game live and the being at the park at the stadium. As that fastball swung on and fouled away, the count remains at 1-2 on Kondo. And what was fascinating about it is I said, when we're calling the game here, our friend John Grosso says his wallet may or may not want the Hawks to win. There may not be anybody here tonight, John. We've been saying for the last couple innings, it's got 0-0 written all over it. There's a fastball misses outside. The count's 2-2. But when you add in the 7-second delay on a 15-second difference, that's about 22 seconds between what you're watching or listening to online and what is actually happening in the game. So that's quite the delay. And even if you're at the game, I guess maybe if you're live betting at the game, it might be as real as you can get. There is a breaking ball taken for a called third strike. As Kondo stood there like the house by the side of the road, he watched it go by for out number 1. That'll bring up Tomoya Masaki. And our friend Manny Mike says, is there a tie in the NPB? Yeah, the NPB does not use ghost runners like they do in North America. They'll go 12 innings, and if the game is at a tie at the end of 12, and that's how it will end. So Tomoya Masaki stepping to the plate 0 for 3 tonight, flown to right field twice and struck out in his 3 trips to the plate, and he swings and fouls that one away, and the count is 0-1. That's exactly what it boils down to, and we talk about that regular, is that the games can end in ties. And in some ways, I don't necessarily mind that because you're playing real baseball. You're not putting ghost runners on the base. As that fastball messes down, and the count is now 1 ball and 1 strike. John says the rest of the world doesn't mind ties. It's the USA is like, nah, there's no winner. We don't want any part of it. Here comes the 1-1. There's a fastball that is swung on and missed. That was of a split finger variety, and the count now goes to 1-2. Actually, check that. That was a changeup as well. It kind of looked like it was a split finger pitch, the way that it fell off the table. Nice pitch there by Machado. And he says, because of betting, I'm sure. Yeah, there's 3 winners. There's the one team, the other team, or maybe the umpires, as that fastball misses down, and the count is now 2-2 to Masaki. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to the right fielder of the Hawks. As Machado gets his side, he kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on, grounded over the head of the pitcher into center field for a base hit. And Masaki's got a seeing eye single as it gets by the pitcher. He's aboard with a base hit, and that's only the 5th hit of the ball game for the Hawks. That'll bring up the catcher, Takuya Kai. And it's also going to get Yukio Shudo into the game. So Yukio Shudo enters the fray here tonight. He is the Pacific League's leading base stealer. So you got to know it's got to be coming here. You got to think Shudo is going to be off to the races here somewhere. Takuya Kai at the plate. He is 1 for 3 tonight. He's got a single in 3 trips. As I say, Yukio Shudo, who enters the fray here, didn't get the start tonight, is an absolute weapon. as they throw over to first base and diving back in time. 37 stolen bases on the year for Shuto. He's followed by the Eagles duo of Oda and Kobakata, who have 28. And then there's a huge difference to everybody after that. But Yukio Shuto, the threat to run. Here comes the pitch. Machado delivers a fastball that is taken upstairs for a ball. That pitch looked pretty good. 1 ball and no strikes to Takuya Kai. Shuto is in his 6th season in the NPB. He stole 50 bases in the 2020 season. This has been his best season since then, as we said, he's got 37 this year. He's hunting for 38. And instead, Machado throws over it again, diving back to the bag is the runner. Our friend John Grasso says 1 run would feel like 10. And he also says, do they have the 3 pickoff rule? No, that's not in effect either. I like to say they play real baseball here in Japan. I don't know what Rob Manfred's doing over there in the United States. He's got all kinds of gimmicks that are going on. There goes the runner. Squaring to bunt is Kai. They throw down to second. It's not in time. Oh, Kirby-Ashi is wanting them to use the appeal. He thinks he got him. Now Stammer comes in. He says, what channel are you watching it on? It's not on ABC tonight. And I think the manager, Nakajima, is having some conversation with the umpire. We don't really see coaches or managers get tossed very often as they're going to review this one, but I think he's asking if Takuya Kai had interfered with the throw down to second base as well. We're going to get a look at the replay. And now that's going to be a safe call. That'll be an easy call here. Stammer says he wishes he could watch along. Well, we just had somebody in here earlier ask the question, and I point blank said, depending on what country you're in will dictate where you can find the game. So I can't really guess to where you're at. If you're in the United States, then it becomes a bit more problematic. And as we watch the replay again, the tag is not going to be in time as far as we're concerned. And we've only missed 2 all year long. And here comes the umpire, and they show the safe sign. And that is going to be a challenge. It's going to be charged and lost by the Buffaloes. So that is a stolen base for Shuto, as Takuya Kai has now got a 1-1 count on him. So keep your eye on Shuto, because not only that, he might be able to take it as well here. As the 1-1 pitch is ready to come on the way, and the pitch is on the way. It's a fastball swung on and missed. And the count is 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes it is. Takuya Kai here waiting on the offering from the right-hander. As Machado ready to deliver, and instead he does the old spaghetti move and chases the runner back to second base. So our friend Stammer asked the question, you can, if you have a VPN, you can use Amazon Prime Japan, as that fastball misses inside. Count goes to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. Of course, you have to have a VPN. If you don't have a VPN, you're never going to be able to get in there. So 2 balls and 2 strikes to Takuya Kai. Sometimes the games are also on Yahoo Japan, but I don't believe this is one of them. There's a fastball swung on. It's grounded over to short. Oh, a gutsy play by Shuto as he advances over to third. And a dangerous play. That was a play that probably Kobayashi should have looked to third to maybe gun out Shudo. That was a bit of a mistake by him. Anything hit to the right of the runner, usually the runner is going to hold his ground. But he is going to advance over to third base on the ground out to short by Kai. He's gone for the second out of the inning. It's scheduled to bring up Ishizaka, but Ishizaka was taken out of the game for Kawase. We're just taking a look to see if we are going to get a pinch hitter here. Nope, it is going to be Hikaru Kawase coming to the plate. The 27-year-old getting his first at bat here this evening. And the first pitch from Machado, and he bunts with 2 out. Grounded foul down the third base line. Interesting that is his strategy. So Hikaru Kawase looking to try to drive the run in any which way he can. And Kawase can run a little bit, so it's not automatic. It's not like he's sacrificing. He tried to push it down the third base line. The third baseman, Osato, sitting back a little bit in his rocking chair, a little too far. So here comes the 0-1 pitch to Kawase. Pitch on the way. It's a fastball swung on, fouled straight back. The count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. We're getting here into the deep water as we are in the top of the 9th inning. Runner at third is Shudo as he came in to pinch run for Masaki. 2 gone and 0-2 here to Kawase. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th, it'll be the top of the order for the Buffaloes, Oda, Osato, and Sugimoto to come to bat for the Buffaloes. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Machado kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on, lifted, foul down the left field line, giving chase, but watching it sail into the seats as the left fielder Nishikawa keeps the count at 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes it is. So no balls and 2 strikes as Kawase gets himself ready to go again. Here's the pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded over to short. Kobayashi feels that he's got to hurry, and they throw out Kawase by a half a step. That's a ground out 6-3, and that is going to do it here in the top of the 9th inning. Well, there was no runs. There was a hit. There was no errors, and there was 1 runner left to board. We're moving to the bottom of the 9th inning. Your score, it's where we started. 0-0. We'll be back in just a bit. Appreciate you guys for listening in on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We're moving to the bottom of the 9th inning. We'll be right back after this.
Hello, sports fans. Welcome to Last Raps Baseball, where we're going to open some dancing heroine cards during this intermission. Japanese baseball has cheerleaders for their sport. So let's see what we get from the Japanese baseball cheerleaders. Got Swallows, and I bet she does. We have the Lions. It's one of my favorite teams. Oh, wow. Now that's all sorts of nice. Ramu. Very cool. We have Neon. And we have Angels. Of Hiroka. And the one Japanese card no one can read, we got from the Giants. So everybody, enjoy the game. Back to you, Freddie, and peace out.
Appreciate you there, Steve, and the support he gives to our channel. In turn, we support Steve Rademacher after the game. Be sure to go check out his channel. He's got all kinds of weird and crazy things to share with everybody who comes by. It is going to be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters to come to bat, and we do have a pitching change. As the Hawks are going to their bullpen, it's going to be Kazuki Sugiyama. The right-hander is coming in. He made an appearance in the game on Friday. So he will be the second pitcher used tonight, as both teams are now into their bullpen. So Kazuki Sugiyama with his 43rd appearance tonight. He brings in a 1.90 ERA. And he is looking to try to keep it at zeros to extend it into extra innings. And For those of you who are with us as we talk about the Japanese halftime, and between the 5th and the 6th innings where they take an extended break, they do take an extended break between the 9th and the 10th. So we would go and stretch our legs out as well, as much as anything else. So Sugiyama stepping to the plate. As he is, check that Sugiyama onto the hill, he's going to be facing Osato, Sugimoto, and Nishikawa. And Osato, who is stepping in, is 0 for 3 tonight. He squares to bunt, and he pulls back at a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. So 1 ball and no strikes it is to the left-handed hitting third baseman of the Buffaloes. He is waggling the bat, and here comes the pitch from the right-hander. It's a fastball that misses down, and the count goes to 2-0. So Sugiyama yet to throw a strike that's even close, as he's fallen behind at 2-0 here to the left-handed hitting Osato. There's a pitch that's a fastball that just misses down. A nice job by Takuya Kai to try to make that look like a strike, but the home plate umpire wasn't buying it. You're definitely not going to get the road team call on that one. So 3 balls and no strikes it is. Now the right-hander rocks into delivery, and there's a fastball that is a center cut fastball and taken for a called strike. The count is 3-1. Osato waggling the back. If I'm him, I plant the bat on my shoulder again. Here's the 3-1. Fastball taken right down the middle, and now the count goes to 3-2. And who knows? I think maybe the best advice to Osato would be to take this pitch no matter what it is, as he has shown no propensity to be able to drive a baseball tonight. Here's the 3-2. Fastball misses upstairs. That's going to be ball 4. And Osato didn't even get the bat off his shoulder here in this one, and he's aboard with a leadoff walk. And that is going to bring up Yataro Sugimoto to the plate. Well, normally it would be a bunting situation, but with the heavy hitting Sugimoto stepping up here, I would think that that's probably not going to be the case. One would think he's going to get the green light to swing away. Defensive changes for the Hawks in this one. Yukio Shudo has, when he came into the game to pinch run, he has moved into center field, and it's Naoki Sato who has started the game in center. He has slid into right field. So Sugimoto stepping up to the dish. I'd be shocked if he was asked to bunt. So here comes the first offering from the right-hander, and it's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted down the right field line, foul into the netting, and the count is quickly 0-1 to Sugimoto. Ryoma Nishikawa waiting his turn on deck, as the Buffaloes are trying to win it here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Sugimoto rests his bat on the shoulder. Now he gets the lumber off, ready to go here against the right-hander Sugiyama. And the pitch is a fastball swung on, another one that is launched foul. That one's going to slice into the seats down the right field line, and the count now is 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes to Sugimoto. It's been an entertaining ball game tonight. I don't know if it's always been a good ball game, because there's not been a ton of traffic on the base paths. No runs, 5 hits, no errors for the Hawks. No runs, 3 hits, no errors for the Buffaloes. Both of these clubs here locked at zeros. Pitch on the way, fastball misses down, and the count now goes to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Sugimoto. Kawase holding the runner at first. Doesn't sit right on the bag. He's about a foot or so in front of it, as the right-hander works himself to the set position. Here comes the pitch. Fastball down. Sugimoto checked his swing. They asked the first base umpire to see if he went. Sugimoto held up on that. It's now 2-2. We'll get a look at it ourselves. At first, I thought that might have been an effort there by Sugimoto. In fact, almost looked like it might have hit the bat on the way on the ball bounced up, but nope. Just a good block there by Takuya Kai. So 2 balls and 2 strikes as the Right-handed hitting Sugimoto digs himself back in. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on, lifted into straightaway center field, running in hard and making the catch is Shuto, and that is going to retire Sugimoto for the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up the left fielder Ryoma Nishikawa. Well, for Nishikawa, he is officially 0 for 2 tonight. He has struck out looking, he has grounded the first, and he has walked in his 3 trips to the plate. So the Buffaloes looking to punch the only run across here in the bottom of the 9th, as they have Last Raps in this one. And here's the first pitch. It is a fastball that misses way outside. The count is quickly 1-0 to Nishikawa. The reliever Sugiyama has thrown 12 pitches, and half of them have been for balls. He's not got the greatest command of his pitches right now. Lots of movement, a lot of arm side run. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. As it's on its way, it's a fastball, and he blows it right by Nishikawa. The count goes even at 1-1. Bottom of the 9th inning, Buffaloes and the Hawks locked at zeros. As the batter Nishikawa waggles his bat, gets himself set back in. Buffaloes looking for a victory here. They're running out of opportunities if they ever want to see the playoffs again this year. There's a fastball swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 1-2. Amber Howard in here. We welcome you into the stream. So 1 ball and 2 strikes. Another thing, too, is if people are gambling on some of these games, once this gets to a point where the Buffaloes may be waving the white flag and not getting a chance to make the playoffs, I don't even know how you would bet on those games. You play on a team that really is going to be playing loose. There's a fastball that misses outside, and the count is 2-2. Some of the players will be playing for jobs for the next year. They'll be playing without a care in some ways, whereas sometimes the teams that are fighting for playoff positioning are playing a little bit tight. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And so when you start seeing some of the players who aren't regulars getting into the game, that sometimes is the case. There's a split finger pitch that's tapped foul behind home plate, and the count goes to 2-2. Leandro Cedeno waiting his turn on deck, as Nishikawa battling the reliever Sugiyama here with 2 balls and 2 strikes. And here comes the 2-2 offering as the right-hander kicks and fires. Fastball swung on, and another ball lifted foul. And now this is starting to turn into a battle. It's going to be the 7th pitch of the at-bat coming up here to Nishikawa. And I have to say, if there's somebody who I think can get the bat to the ball in this spot right now in the Buffalo lineup, I would have to say it would be Nishikawa. My second choice would be Kobayashi. Just getting the bat to the ball, putting it in play, keeping it alive with 2 strikes. And here comes the 2-2 pitch. As he kicks and fires, there's another fastball swung on and another one fouled away. And the count remains at 2-2. Stammer says, how much you got on the Buffaloes? This one here, even though they got a runner on first and 1 away, I still think the Hawks have a better chance to win. I'm not sold on the Buffaloes, especially the season that they've had. It's been a tough year. Here's the 2-2. Fastball swung on and missed, and off the second goes the runner. It was a delay steal. Nice job there by Osato as he picks up his 3rd stolen base of the season. Takuya Kai came up ready to throw, and there was nobody at the base. So Nishikawa down on strikes. He's gone for the 2nd out of the inning. And that is going to leave it all up to the first baseman, Leandro Cedeno. And I think if I were the Hawks, I'd be holding 4 fingers up here for Cedeno. Cedeno here could with one swing of the bat end this ball game, and they're going to have a conference on the mound here to see how they're going to deal with this situation. Waiting on deck is Kobayashi. Neither hitter has done anything tonight, but Cedeno with one swing of the bat could end the ball game. And the big man here, he is relishing this situation, and he's been hot recently. He's got himself 13 homers on the season to go with 30 RBIs. Our friend Ringo Dingo says he needs the Hawks to win. Cedeno's batting average has dropped to .251, but he is in scoring position as soon as he steps into the box. Well, Sato can run a little bit. He's in scoring position, so a base hit here could be in trouble. Outfield is playing in a little bit. They're shallow as they got to be able to throw the runner out at the plate. If this is a base hit here comes the first offering to Cedeno as the right-hander holds set. Here's the pitch. Fastball taken at the knees for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. I think he missed that pitch, did Sugiyama. It looked like that Takuya Kai wanted it up in the zone. It ended up being a knee-high fastball. So no balls and one strike. Runner at second, Atsu, 2 gone here in the ninth. As Sugiyama checks the runner at second. Here's the pitch. Split finger pitch, swung on and missed. And Cedeno is now in the hole at 0-2. Well, they're down to their final strike here on the Buffaloes, and if they can't produce here, we're going to get some bonus baseball as the 10th inning is just around the corner. So no balls and 2 strikes. Cedeno waggling the bat. Crowd is cheering for their home team here in Osaka. And here's the 0-2. Fastball upstairs over the eyeballs of Cedeno, and that's going to run the count to 1-2. Kitaro Kobayashi waiting his turn on deck. It's been an interesting ball game here as we are in the bottom of the 9th inning. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Cedeno as he waits here on the offering from the right-hander. As he checks the runner at second. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on, grounded up the middle, fielded by the second baseman, Namura, who throws to first, and we are going to the 10th inning. It's a ground out 4-3 to end the inning here for out number 3. No runs in the inning, no hits, no errors. There was a runner left aboard. We are still locked at zeros. We are where we started. There's going to be a little extended break here. We're going to go and get ourselves a fresh glass of iced tea as we are going to be going to the top of the 10th inning. We appreciate everybody who is listening in with us tonight. We're just going to take our little time out here. Hopefully you guys will be back when we come back in just a few. We'll put the music on loop, and we'll be back after this extended break. Welcome back, everybody. The Buffaloes are 8.5 games out of a playoff spot. And so what does this game mean to them? Well, it means they need a Hail Mary as they have played 129 games, exactly the same amount as the Marines who they're chasing. And they basically got 14 games left to play. So mathematically, they can still make it. But unfortunately, I would think the writing is on the wall as the Buffaloes are going to be turned in eventually to some Kobe beef, as they will probably be off to slaughter in another week or so. That being said, the magic number right now for the Hawks to win the Pacific League is 8 games. That is a combination of Hawk wins and Fighter losses, and they will clinch first place here as well. Our friend B. Vong Chunk is in here, says, chewing on some Kobe beef and cheering on the Buffaloes. Yeah, well, that is the case. The Buffaloes have had their good run of the last 3 years, but it is looking all the more apparent that it is going to be coming to an end. And that is the way it goes here. Well, slated to come to bat here in a couple of moments, it'll be Sato, Imamiya, and Nomura when we return, as the Buffaloes are just starting to take to the field. We'll give you all the information. We assume a pitching change is about to happen as well, as the 10th inning is just around the corner. We'll be back in just a few to give you all the action here, as they have taken that little extra break on the in-between. Hawks coming to bat after this when we return. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to have ourselves a pitching change as the Buffaloes are going to the bullpen. It is going to be number 55, Luis Perdomo, coming in, as the right-hander is completing his warm-up tosses and will be ready to go back to work. The 31-year-old who is going to be taking to the hill is making his 25th appearance. He's got himself a sparkling 0.38 earned run average. So Perdomo on in relief here, as he is going to be facing the 9, 1, and 2 hitters of the Hawks. So we are ready to resume here as the top of the 10th is ready to get underway. And Sato officially tonight 0-for-1. He has struck out and walked twice. We do have a substitute in right field as Sugimoto's night is done. It is going to be Kita who is going into right field. I don't think there's any further substitutions, and if there isn't, then it'll be Kita who will slide into the 3 spot in the batting order. But we do have a pinch hitter here, as it looks like it is Yanagamachi who is in the pinch hit. And the first pitch is a breaking ball that is up and away, and the count is 1-0. So Tetsuro Yanagamachi on to pinch hit here for Sato. And the pitch is a breaking ball swung on and lifted into the seats, and the count is 1-1. So they're going to start to play a little bit of chess here, are the managers, as Yanagamachi will more than likely go in and stay in the game in right field for Sato. Here comes the 1-1. Fastball swung on and missed, and the count now goes to 1-2 on Yanagamachi. As this back end with Machado and with Perdomo, amazing that the Buffaloes couldn't close off games more than where they were at earlier the year, as that fastball misses up and away, and the count goes to 2-2. Nick says, the best ballpark food I ate in Japan this last trip. That's a great question there, Nick. There's a fastball that misses outside. You know what? Like, some of the ballpark food that you get to in different places, isn't always necessarily considered ballpark food in North America, like your hot dogs and all the rest of that stuff. And so certainly in Japan, there's a lot of noodles, there's a lot of curry, there's a lot of different stuff. I really enjoyed when I was in Saitama, some chicken cutlet in curry and rice. There was a fastball swung on and missed, and Yanagamachi in the books for the first out of the inning. So 1 up and 1 away. It'll bring up the top of the order in Kenta Imamiya. And I have to tell everybody who's listening in here, it is unbelievably reasonably priced. In early August, I was in Detroit, saw the Royals and the Tigers play. And if you want to get a beer at Comerica Park, it's going to set you back $9 as they pitches a breaking ball taken for a called strike by Imamiya. No balls and one strike here. Imamiya 1 for 4 tonight. So $9 for a bottle of beer, and it's a microbrew. It's not even a name brand. As the fastball is down and the count is 1-1. But in Japan, if you want a beer, you're sitting in your seats, 500 yen. And so what is 500 yen? Well, you're looking at about $3.75 US for a beer. There's a split finger pitch that misses down, but the batter Imamiya couldn't hold up his swing, and the count goes to 1-2. And the best part about it is the girls will bring it right to your seat. So here you are watching a game, and you're paying a reasonable price at $3.75 for a beer. Beat that. And the beer is not bad. As here comes the 1-2 pitch. It is a breaking ball swung on. It is softly hit up the middle. It's fielded on the backhand by the second baseman, Oda. And it is going to be in time to get Imamiya. That's going to go down as a ground out 4-3. Nice play by the second baseman, Oda. And Imamiya, a little bit hard luck there as he's gone for the second out of the inning. And that is going to bring up the second baseman, Isami Nomura. In Chiba, I tried something. I tried at one of their iced coffees there, and it was like with ice cream. So that was kind of weird. Moke says he had the Hawks but cashed out and he's over it. I said a few innings ago this game was probably going to go the distance without a run scored. There was a first pitch fastball delivered to Isami Nomura, taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. 1 for 4 for Nomura tonight. He had a single back in the first inning, and then it's been all downhill after that. He is 4 for 40 on the year, batting an even 100 as he takes a fastball upstairs, and the count goes even at 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Should he get on, it'll be Ryoya Kurihara to follow. There's a breaking ball missing down and away. Count goes to 2-2. Hammer says he's about to cash out on the Hawks. Well, as I said in the bottom of the 9th inning, I still would take the Hawks. I think if it was the bottom of the 12th inning, I might still consider taking the Hawks because even though they can't come to bat anymore, I still think they'd have a chance to win. It's the Buffaloes. It's not been their season. So 3 balls and 1 strike to Nomura. As Perdomo kicks and delivers, fastball swung on, lined right back up the middle, almost hit the pitcher. That ball is going to be into center field as that is going to be a 2-out single. And that is going to bring up the third baseman, Ryoya Kurihara. And in this situation here, with Perdomo on the mound and the runner over at first base, I think what I'd be doing, I'd be running Nomura first pitch. He's got some wheels. He's got 3 stolen bases this year. He hasn't played a whole ton. Get him into scoring position and then see if you can take your chances with Kurihara to bring him home. And if he gets thrown out, who cares? You got Kurihara, Yamakawa, and Kondo, the big 3 coming up in the next half inning. Assuming you get there, but the way the Buffaloes have swung the bat, there's a good probability. First pitch fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Stammer says he got over it. He slipped. A finger slipped. He put 5,000 on the Hawks. There you go. Meant to put 50. 5,000 yen is really only $50 anyway, so you're probably in good shape. Or about $50. No balls and 1 strike. As the right-hander Perdomo ready to deliver again. Instead, he throws to first, and diving back in time is the runner Nomura. So no balls and 1 strike it is. Reminder, we'll be back on the airwaves again tomorrow night. This game here, we originally were going to do the Fighters and the Eagles, and again they throw to first, and again diving back safely is the base runner. We were going to do the Eagles and the Fighters, but that game was washed out. So this game here has been the close second, and knowing that it's nobody else is on. There goes the runner. Here comes the throw down to second, and the throw is not in time. It's going to be another stolen base here for the Hawks as Nomura has swiped second base. Kobayashi, I wouldn't even waste my time on taking a look at that one. There was no way that throw was in time to get him. I didn't see if the pitch was a ball or a strike. It looked like it was up in the zone. So we'll be even in the count at 1-1. But now Kurihara's got a chance. A base hit here, a single to the outfield. You got to think they're going to try to score the runner. Here comes the 1-1. Fastball down. Oh, nice stop there by the catcher, Fukunaga. Count goes to 2-1 on Kurihara. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Kurihara. Runner at second, Nomura, 2 gone here in the top of the 10th inning. Right-hander against the left-hander as Perdomo picks up his sign from Fukunaga. Pitch on the way, fastball swung on and lifted foul. It's going to reach the seats over on the third base side, and the count is 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, there's a fastball that misses down and in. Count goes to 3-2. My friend Stammer giving the Hawk Tua. There you go. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Kurihara. Waiting on deck is the slugger Yamakawa. As Perdomo ready to deliver. Here comes the pitch. He steps off and then he resets himself. Now we're going to have to go through it again. Here comes the 3-2. As the right-hander holds set. Now he pitches. That pitch is a split-finger pitch swung on, popped up into shallow left field, coming over underneath it. And to make the catch is Nishikawa, and that is going to do it here as Perdomo is able to get himself out of the 10th. On the fly ball to left field, no runs in the inning. There was a hit. There was no errors, and there was 1 runner left aboard. We're moving to the bottom of the 10th inning. Your score is the Hawks nothing, the Buffaloes nothing. It'll be Kobayashi, Naito, and Sugasawa to hit when we come back in just a few. Bottom of the 10th is just around the corner after this. Appreciate you guys for being here with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Welcome back, everybody. It is Darwinzon Hernandez, the former Boston Red Sox, taking over on the mound. The 27-year-old is making his 45th appearance of the year. He's got himself an earned run average of 2.45. So he is taking over here, and he will be facing Kobayashi, Naito, and Sugasawa, the 6, 7, and 8 hitters in the batting order as they come to bat here to face the left-hander. The Buffaloes do miss Yamamoto. We talked about that earlier on. Unfortunately there. The first pitch is a fastball that is swung on and is lifted foul into the seats down the right field line. And the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. Buffaloes missed Yamamoto. They also missed Masataka Yoshida, who was a big part of that offense, although you wouldn't have known it last year the way that Yuma Tongu had picked up the pace. He certainly went back to being Yuma Tongu this year. That fastball misses inside, and the count is 1-1 to Kirby-Ashi. Kirby-Ashi, Naito, and Sugasawa to come to bat here. And you'd have to think that there'll be some nickeling and diming. And as that fastball misses down and in, count now goes to 2-1 on Kirby-Ashi. Ringo says they got to put some steroids in those noodles. What a long game. Well, this game is only about 3 hours and 15 minutes. And considering we're into the 10th, probably would have wrapped up at the end of the 9th, right around the 3-hour mark, which is about standard. As that fastball misses outside, the count now goes to 3-2. Ethan says, who's the next big Japanese baseball player to look forward to? That would be Roki Sasaki, the pitcher for the Chiba Lotte Marines. As the 3-1 on the way, it's a fastball missing down and away. And Hernandez has walked Kirby-Ashi. That's going to put him at first with nobody out, and it's going to bring up Naito to the plate. So the Buffaloes looking to threaten here. To get the runner on, you got to expect that the rookie is going to be asked to bunt. He is 1 for 8 to begin his NPB career. Got his first hit here tonight. Made his debut on Thursday night. We do have a pinch runner for the Buffaloes over at first base, as they are going to be bringing in Haruto Watanabe in to run. So he is on to run for Kirby-Ashi. Keep an eye on him. So let's see what Naito has to offer here. Doesn't look like the kind of guy who could bunt. Hernandez does a token toss over to first base. As the batter here showed no indication of squaring around. He is 1 for 8 now in his NPB career. Batting 125, but it was the double in the first inning. Again, they throw over to first base, and again, getting back easily is the runner Watanabe. So Darwinzon Hernandez put himself into difficulty right away with a leadoff walk. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted down the right field line. It is slicing, and it's going to get into the seats. I don't know. If I had to go back and take a look, I think Naito has been a first pitch swinger on every pitch he has seen tonight. We talked about him starting his swing when he comes out of the dugout. He has been very aggressive at the plate. So here comes the 0-1 pitch as Hernandez got himself a new ball, and he delivers another fastball that swung on, and another one into the stands, a souvenir again down the right field line, and the count is 0-2. That was something I noticed last year. They used to say that when a foul ball went into the stands in Japan, you had to give the ball back. I think that tradition is over. I haven't seen anybody come and ask for the balls back. People get the ball, they keep it, they take it. So no balls and 2 strikes. As the pitch is on the way, it's a fastball taken on the inside corner for a called third strike. Naito stood there like the house by the side of the road. He watched it go by for out number 1. He goes in the books, and that's going to bring up the center fielder, Ryo Sugasawa. And as we pointed out there, he showed no interest in wanting to square to bunt. And that was held course here for sure. And it's not going to bring Sugasawa up. It's going to bring up Yuma Tongu, who we were talking about earlier. So Tongu coming in to pinch hit. As he grabs a twig and comes off the bench. Tongu has not enjoyed the season that he had last year. Last year, he was, as we said, a very important part. And even the year before in the playoffs, he was really, really good for the Buffaloes. Played a lot of first base. He's like batting 199 on the year with 7 homers and 30 runs batted in. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses inside, and the count is 1-0. I think if you're Tongu, you want to go and see the head doctor and get yourself straightened out, because Tongu led the Pacific League in batting last year with a 307 batting average. He's fallen off 108 points. Here comes the 1-0. As the lefty delivers, it's a fastball that misses down. It's now 2-0 to Tongu. And hard to believe that you could fall that hard that quickly. Ringo says, can he still play baseball at 33, even if it's overseas? Sure you can. Might be in the rubber ball league in Japan. They play a lot of rubber ball over there. There's a fastball that misses inside, and the count now goes to 3-0. So 3 balls and no strikes. Hernandez in jeopardy of walking another one here. So here comes the pitch to Tongu. I'm taking it all the way if I'm him. That's a fastball that misses outside. It's going to be ball 4. So 2 walks surround a strikeout here. That's going to put runners at first and second with 1 gone. It's scheduled to bring up the catcher, Sho Fukunaga. But before we see that happening, it's going to bring the pitching coach out of the dugout for the Fukuoka Ball Club, as he's going to come out and have a word with Darwinzon Hernandez. Nicholas says he should have cashed out on the Hawks. I got to tell you, this situation here with runners at first and second, the way that the Buffaloes have played this year, the Hawks are still as good a chance to win this as anybody else. But Darwinzon Hernandez, forgetting that he's Darwinzon Hernandez on the mound, struggling with his command and control here a little bit. So Fukunaga coming to the plate. And as we said tonight, Tomoya Mori is off the roster right now, hurt. And then you've got Wakatsuki in the first game of this series, got run over at the plate by Kurihara as a ball had taken him into the throw. He got knocked out or knocked to the ground. Looks like it was a concussion that put him out. So he is the catcher. And of course, Yuma Tongu can catch as well. Here's the pitch. Fastball misses down. The count is quickly 1-0. Ringo says he'll be homeless if the Hawks don't win. If you're living on the streets of Maui, it's not a place to be bad to be homeless unless you got a major fire. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. There's a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count now goes to 1-1 on Fukunaga. Pitch was a bit of a borderline pitch, but nice job of receiving there by Takuya Kai. Here comes the 1-1 as the lefty holds set, now delivers. There's a breaking ball swung on it, is chopped foul just over by third base. Nice play there by Kurihara. That's going to be 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yvonne Junk asked the question, would a tie be a win? I guess the problem is, it really depends on the gambling house if it's a push or not. That's a great question. So depending on the gambling house, what they have for rules on their ties. It's just like some of them, if they go to extra innings, they won't give you anything. There's a fastball that misses off. They've already considered a tie. That's changed with a lot of gambling houses, though, but it's house rules, I guess. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. And 12 innings is the tie. Yeah, you got to play 12 complete. If it's still locked up at zeros, that goes in the books as a sister kisser. It really doesn't count in my books in some ways. Tie is like kissing your sister or dancing with your aunt at a wedding. It doesn't really count. Here's the 2-2. It is a breaking ball down and in. They appealed to the first base umpire, and they said that Fukunaga went around, so he's in the books for the second out of the inning. So not only does the first base umpire go up at the right hand and pump a fist, so too do the people who are pulling for the Hawks here. We'll get a look at the replay on that one, and yeah, he did go around. But that is going to bring up the top of the order and one of the more dangerous hitters for the Buffaloes in Rio Oda. Hammer asked the question, at what point is there a tie in this league? It's 12 innings. 12-inning tie. So you still got a couple more innings to go here. And the first pitch to Oda is a fastball swung on it, is hammered down the third base line to Kurihara. He gets it, and he steps on the bag as he wins the race to beat Watanabe to the bag. Oh, that was a close play. Oda hit the ball right on the screws. That's going to be a fielder's choice as it erases Watanabe, and that will do it here in the 10th inning. So breathe a sigh of relief if you are pulling for the Hawks as you live for another half inning. There was no runs in the inning. There was no hits, no errors, and there was 2 runners left aboard. We're now through 10 complete. Your score is where we started, the Hawks nothing and the Buffaloes nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in just a few. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this with more of our cheerleaders.
Hello, this is Eric Fox, formerly of the Oakland A's and Texas Rangers baseball teams. If you want to learn about Japanese baseball, see Coach Fred of Last Raps Baseball. If you want baseball instruction, see Coach Fred. If you want to learn about golf, do not go to Coach Fred. Fred, what kind of club is this?
At Last Raps Baseball, we know baseball. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be Kosei Yoshida who is coming onto the hill as he is ready to take over here in inning number 11. Yoshida was one of the pitchers that was knocked out of the game on Thursday after he took a bullet off the back of his calf. So he is coming in relief here as he will be replacing Luis Perdomo. So pitcher number 4 used now tonight by the Buffaloes. And he will be entrusted to have to face Hatake Yamakawa, Kensuke Kondo, and Tomoya Masaki as he finishes his warm-up tosses. We talked about Yoshida the other night. Yoshida was a star in the Japanese high school. Much like Daisuke Matsuzaka, he had done an outstanding job when he was playing there. It is Watanabe who's now taken over in center. I'll get back to Yoshida in a second. And it looks like it is Nishino or it is Noguchi. Noguchi is taking over at shortstop. So that'll be the defensive changes. So Yoshida, the diminutive righty, ready to go here as he rocks himself into the windup and delivers a slow breaking ball that misses outside. And the count is 1-0 to Yamakawa. Talking about Yoshida, he had a really, really interesting high school career. As the high school career was, as that fastball is swung on and missed, and the count goes to 1-1. Daisuke Matsuzaka threw something crazy like almost 800 pitches in a 10-day window to help his team win the Koshin. Well, Yoshida was right up there with him. He threw like 700 and some odd pitches and ended up earning himself to be the first pick in the NPB draft. As there's a breaking ball swung on, it's grounded over to short, fielded by Noguchi. He throws across the diamond, and he's going to get Yamakawa on a ground out 6-3. So 1 up and 1 away here in inning number 11, and that'll bring up the left fielder, Kensuke Kondo. Ethan asked, what is the defensive play on that last one on a scale of 1 to 10? I would have given that a 7. He had to make the play, and he had to hurry to get to the bag to tag out the runner there in that last half inning. Bevon Junk says, typhoons, if they're in the east. Yeah, typhoons are not different. When I was in Tokyo last week, it was about 10 days ago or 14 days ago almost that the typhoon had went through the western part of the country. We got the remnants of it as the fastball is taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1 to Kondo. Kondo tonight, 0 for 3. He has also drawn a walk. He has struck out twice. Waiting here on the offering from Yoshida, who rocks into the windup and delivers. Fastball swung on and fouled away. The count goes to 0-2. Ringo says he smells a home run this inning. Well, you had the guys to do it in Kondo, Yamakawa, and of course Masaki here. Any one of these guys can run into a ball. The way things are going tonight, I think the Buffaloes have put the baseballs in the freezer, as these balls here are difficult to get a hold of here in this one. Here's the pitch. It's a slow breaking ball that just misses outside. Count goes to 1-2 on Kondo. But the amount of rain that I had when I was in Chiba was unbelievable. That was a couple of weeks back. The remnants of the hurricane, and it came in the 8th inning. They played the last 2 innings, did the Marines and the Lions, in pouring rain. And then they held us up at the stadium, or, well, didn't hold us up. We were allowed to stay in the stadium for an extra half hour after the game just because the rain was going sideways, and then everybody cleared out. There's a fastball that misses down, and the count now goes to 2-2. Pretty crazy. So 2 balls and 2 strikes it is, as the right-hander Yoshida rocking himself into the windup. And he kicks and he fires. Fastball misses down. Good stop there by the catcher Fukunaga. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Kondo. Yoshida ready to go again. He got himself a new baseball. Kondo doing his best Juan Soto impersonation in the batter's box, really walking around here. And now he's asked for time because Yoshida is taken forever. And now he gets himself dug back in, waiting here on the offering from the right-hander. And he waits and he waits and he waits. Now it's Yoshida's turn to step off the backside. So some gamesmanship going on here between the pitcher and the hitter. It's like a Mexican standoff. Nobody wants to do anything. They're just looking at each other, waiting for the first one to pull the trigger. Here comes the 3-2 pitch as Yoshida again gets the sign from his catcher. Again, Kondo calls time, and now the catcher Fukunaga heading out to the mound to talk it over. I mean, look you got 1 pitch to throw at 3-2. Pick one and let's get it done. And now conference is over, and they're going to come back to work here. So 3 balls and 2 strikes to Kondo. Not only is he putting us to sleep, he's putting our group that's listening to everything we're doing to sleep. Here comes the 3-2 finally as Yoshida rocks into the windup. He kicks and fires. Slow breaking ball swung on, lifted into left field. This ball's deep. It's got legs, and it's going to be dropped on the warning track by the left fielder Nishikawa. And cruising into second base is going to be Kondo. It was an over-the-shoulder catch that he tried to make. As he tried to make the catch, he slammed into the wall, and the ball ended up falling down onto the warning track. I can't see them calling that an error. It's got to be a base hit here. That was definitely not ordinary effort. As the ball was over his head, he couldn't get to it. And now they've got a runner at second base to the Hawks with 1 gone. It brings Tomoya Masaki to the plate. And Masaki tonight having a rough night here. Well, is it still Masaki, or did they pull him as well? Oh, this is Yukio Shudo, as Shudo had come in to run for Masaki. I didn't make the note in my book here. So Yukio Shudo on for his first at bat. He's hitting .254, a couple homers and 22 RBIs. So Shudo here, he came in to pinch run for Masaki in that last half inning. Pitches a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. This would probably be right up the alley of Shudo facing a guy like Yoshida. Yoshida's not particularly overpowering. He does throw hard. I don't consider him to be in the class of a Machado or a Osuna by any stretch. As the right-hander works himself to the belt. And here comes the 0-1 pitch. Kicks and fires, fastball misses up and in, and the count now goes to 1-1. Our friend Ringo Dingo says he told you, and it's true. Ringo Dingo said, don't cash out, hold in there. Maybe if you want to go for some advice, you got to go see our man Ringo. But for some reason, I think Ringo just always points to the Hawks. That's just my guess. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-1 on Shudo. As we said, we'll be back on the airwaves again tomorrow night, doing the game that we wanted to do, which would have been the Fighters and the Eagles, as that has more playoff implications than this one, as the Buffaloes are fading away. The Hawks are just trying to play out the string. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. As Yoshida kicks and fires. Fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count goes to 2-2 on Shudo. So 2 balls and 2 strikes for those of you who've just stumbled back into the stream. Runner at second, Kondo. 1 gone here in the 11th. Yukio Shudo at the plate. Hawks are threatening. Looking to punch the first run of the game across. And with any luck here, it's probably going to be a run festival as you watch. The Hawks will score and the Buffaloes will probably trade one right back in the bottom of the inning. It's just the way this game has kind of gone tonight. Here comes the 2-2. As Yoshida kicks and fires, there is a split figure pitch swung on. It is golfed foul into the seats over on the third base side. The count remains at 2-2. That's one thing that's interesting when you're at the games. When the foul ball comes in your direction, certain stadiums, in particular at the Jingu Stadium where the Swallows play, they blow whistles to let the crowd, or to alert the crowd, that the ball is coming in their direction. So get off your phone and pay attention, because you got a foul ball coming your way. Didn't see anybody get laid out. Didn't see any line drives take anybody's teeth out. They do have the netting around. There's a fastball swung on it. It's grounded through the 4-hole into right field. And stopping at third is Kondo. Oh, why didn't you send him? Yukio Shudo pulls the ball through the 4-hole. That's going to put runners at the corners. They stop Kondo at third. The right fielder came in for Sugimoto. I think that's Watanabe out in right field, or is it Kita? They had Kita in the right field. Challenge the arm of Kita. Why not? But he got runners at the corners now, and now that is going to bring up the catcher, Takuya Kai. And so as far as I'm concerned here, as they have a conference of Buffaloes on the mound, as far as I'm concerned, I think you want to run Yukio Shudo first pitch. Let him get over into second base, and then you take your chances with Takuya Kai here. 1 gone here in the 11th with the runners on the corners. And again, the Hawks are threatening. So Yoshida trying to close it out here. He's making it difficult for himself. Takuya Kai, who steps to the plate, is 1 for 4 tonight. He's got a single and 4 trips. He has struck out, he's flown to center, and he's grounded to short. Right-hander against the right-hander. Yoshida gets his sign from his catcher as he holds at the belt. Here comes the pitch. Instead, he fires over to first base, and oh my goodness, they have picked Shudo off of first. I don't know what he was doing. I don't know if he's looking at his feet. I have no idea. That is unbelievably boneheaded base running at its finest right there. If anything, take off to second base. Unbelievable. And he was leaning towards second, and then he came back to the bag, and he was crawling on all fours. And Leandro Cedeno has got him. That's going to go as a pickoff, 1-3 for the second out of the inning. Unreal. So if you guys are fans of the Hawks, or at least fans of money in this case with our buddy Ringo, some of you guys probably just threw up in your mouth. So 2 gone, and Takuya Kai batting here with the runner Kondo at third. And here comes the pitch. As Yoshida kicks and fires, it's a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0. My friend William Scott in the house tonight. He says, thank goodness, go Buffaloes. William, great to see you hanging out in here tonight. I haven't seen you in a bit. Our friend at P. Dottie says Buffaloes need to cover the 1.5. Well, good luck with that. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. It is a fastball swung on. It is grounded over to third, fielded neatly by the third baseman, Osato. He throws to first, and Kai is done. He's gone for the third out of the inning. Oh boy, that's going to do it here in the top of the 11th. They threaten, but they don't score. Do the Hawks. No runs in the inning. There was 2 hits. No runs, 2 hits. There was no errors, and there was 1 runner left aboard. We are moving to the bottom of the 11th inning. Your score is the same as when we started. 0-0. Hang tight, everybody. We'll be right back in just a bit. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back in just a few.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste. Hey, I hope you guys have been enjoying the game. My name is Hollis. I've got a YouTube channel called Another Hollis Build. I love baseball cards. I open up brand new product for you guys. I open up old stuff. I do breaks. I do auctions. All kinds of stuff concerning baseball. I'm Friars faithful, Padres to the end. I also love Garbage Pail Kids and my animals. I have a ton of animals. It's like a mini petting zoo here around my house. I also love my city. San Diego, baby. I'll take you all around the city and show you what's up. If you guys dig stuff like that, cruise on over and check it out. It's Another Hollis Build. If you dig it, subscribe. I'd really appreciate to have more follow me along on the journey. Hey, either way, you guys have a wonderful day or a beautiful, beautiful evening. No matter which one it is, make sure that you make it great, my friends. Big up Last Raps Baseball. Yeah, Freddie, let's go. One love and peace. Yeah, man.
Welcome back, everybody. We do have a pitching change as Fukuoka has gone back to the bullpen. It is going to be number 59, Takahiro Hasegawa, coming in, the lefty. The bit of a sidewinder here is going to be the 4th pitcher used tonight by the Fukuoka Ball Club. So the lefty, Takahiro Hasegawa, on in relief. And Hasegawa is going to be slated to face here. It is going to be Kosei Osato. Then it's going to be Kita and then Nishikawa to come to bat here. As he is, I believe it's Kita because Kita had replaced Sugimoto. So if it was a straight switch, that's who he would go into the batting order for. So Osato steps to the plate 0 for 3 tonight and a walk, and he takes a first pitch fastball for a called strike. The count is 0-1. Sato entered the game tonight hitting a .220, and that has been a bit of a slide for him tonight. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. A battle of coulda, woulda, shoulda tonight, as when there have been opportunities, they have been squandered by both of these ball clubs. As the lefty holds set, here comes the pitch from Hasegawa. It's a fastball that almost goes all the way to the backstop. And the count is going to remain at 1 ball and 2 strikes to Osato. Just making our notes here. I believe, as I said, it's Ryoto Kita who will be in that spot for Sugimoto. If that is the case when he comes up to bat here next. So here comes the 1-2 pitch as the lefty Hasegawa delivers. Fastball misses outside, and the count runs even to 2-2. So 2 balls and 2 strikes. No sign of a run. We were calling that a few innings ago when one of our friends who had popped into the stream here had said, "Who do you think's going to win?" And we are like, "I don't think anybody's going to win this one." As there's a line drive into center field for a base hit, as Osato is aboard with a leadoff single. And now you could start betting dollars to donuts that we're going to start seeing the short game here, one would think. Last time we had this situation in the last half inning when Osato got on board in inning number 9. It was Sugimoto who was batting, and there was no sign of the bunt. But now that Kita is coming to the plate, we'll just double check that, make sure that is Kita. I would have to think that could be on the docket here. Manager Nakajima really hasn't bunted a whole ton. And it does look like we are going to have ourselves, it is going to be number 38, as we said, coming to the stick here. So Ryota Kita batting .213 on the year, a homer and 9 RBIs. If he wasn't practicing bunting on the on-deck circle, I don't know what he should have been doing then. But here's the first pitch, and they show no signs of bunting as they throw over to first. Diving back in time is Osato. Kita, Nishikawa, and Cedeno to come to bat here in inning number 11. This is no runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Hawks. No runs, 4 hits, and no errors. There's a ball that's bunted down, fielded by the pitcher, and he throws to first, and it's spiked in the dirt, and they can't come up with it, and Kita is going to reach on the error by the pitcher. Oh boy, that is absolutely huge. Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure that one out. That's going to be E1 here, charged to the pitcher. That's going to advance Osato over to first. A nice job, though, by the first baseman Kawase to keep the ball on the infield. But now you got runners at first and second with nobody out, and that brings Nishikawa to the plate. So our friend Ringo, who's in the stream here tonight, was looking for the win for the Hawks. Well, got to pick up a new address for the homeless here. That's what it's looking like now. So we got a conference of Hawks on the mound. You got to think that Nishikawa is going to be bunting in this situation. He's 0 for 3 tonight. He does have a walk, and he can drop the bunt. So if you've picked up the Hawks, you're probably sweating a little bit harder now. So Nishikawa striding to the plate. Runners at first and second. Runner at second, Osato. Runner at first is Kita. As we said, Nishikawa getting himself set here in the batter's box. So left-hander against the left-hander. Hasegawa holds set. And they got to play on at second base, and getting back in time is the runner Osato. You got to keep them close. Don't want to get them wandering off too far out here. As we said, runner at second, Osato. Runner at first is Kita. We'll see what they have up their sleeves here. That's the batter, Nishikawa, waggling the bat. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, waved out and missed. I can't believe they're not bunting in this situation. No balls and 1 strike to Nishikawa. I guess the Buffaloes just don't want to win it bad enough right now. I know, I realize this, that if Nishikawa did bunt, they probably are going to walk Cedeno to load the bases, and then they would take their chances with Watanabe. But I think that's probably what I would try to do anyways here in this particular situation. Here comes the 0-1. Fastball almost hits Nishikawa, and the count now goes to 1-1. I mean, that's got to be the mindset, but you got to think that, can't think that far ahead, because who knows who's going to come in to pitch to Cedeno. I don't know if they're going to leave the lefty in there. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Let's see if the manager, Nakajima, is going to coach himself out of this situation. 1-1. Here's the pitch. Fastball, take it for a call and strike. Well, I guess you guys can breathe deep. No bunting here. Andy Donson making his predictions. Yeah, there's something like, I was saying this the other night in the stream. If you get a runner to first with nobody out, there's a 50% chance he's going to score. You get a runner to second with nobody out, there's like a 70% chance of scoring. Well, what happens when you get the runner to third? Here comes a breaking ball that misses down and away, and the count is 2-2. I don't know what the odds are if you got a runner at third and nobody out. You'd think that you got to be able to get something in. Drives it crazy, bases loaded and nobody out, or runner at first and second, nobody out, and you can't get a darn run across the plate. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Nishikawa. Here's the pitch. And it is a breaking ball swung on. It is lifted into center field. Tagging at second is Osato, but it's a shallow one into left center. Yukio Shudo makes the catch. And Nishikawa is retired for the first out of the inning, and that's going to bring up Leandro Cedeno to the plate. And just as I projected here, it's not going to be a left-hander to face Cedeno. They're going to go to the bullpen. So Hasegawa is going to be, his night's going to be over as we've got ourselves a pitching change. And William Scott says the 11th commandment, thou shalt not bunt. Well, in the case of the Orix Buffaloes, and I think the manager, Nakajima, he subscribes to that. And that is where we stand right here. We've got runners at first and second. We got 1 out. We got a pitching change on our hands. We're going to take a little time out here. We'll be back in just a couple moments after this from our friend Steve. We'll give you a big league pitching change.
Hello, everybody. Steve Rodemacher coming back at you again. And during this pitching change, for a change of pace, let's open some baseball cards. We'll get through these quickly. 2023 Topps Big League. We have rookie card of Tyler Freeman to go along with a Matt Chapman. And why not a Jake Cronenworth? Shoot 'em, Jake! We do have a rookie card of Brett Beatty. That's pretty cool. To go along with the uncommon Carlos Correa. Pretty common to me, but what do I know? Trey Mancini to go along with a rookie of Kodai Senga. Freddie, tell them about Kodai. And one of my favorites, Devin Williams of my Milwaukee Brewers. All right, looks like the pitcher's coming in. Freddie, you can take over now.
Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be Shuto Ogata coming into the ball game. The right-hander is taking over here, as he will be the 5th pitcher used now by Fukuoka. The right-hander is just completing his warm-up tosses. He comes into a tough situation with runners at first and second and 1 gone. It'll be the big fella, Leandro Cedeno, will be coming to the plate here. So curious, as I said, I personally, I think in that situation, I would have bunted Nishikawa, and probably they would have not faced Cedeno anyway. They would have walked them, and then you would have runners at where you would have the bases loaded with 1 gone. And you would be taking your chances with Watanabe and everybody else to try to bang some runs home. But who knows? That is what the manager is thinking here. And if the Buffaloes end up getting a victory here, well, then Nakajima's pulled the right strings at the right time. So here comes Cedeno as the warm-up tosses are complete. But he is certainly a double play candidate. If you get him to roll over, the likelihood of a double play is far greater than that of Nishikawa rolling into one. As Nishikawa at least runs well, Cedeno is not exactly the most fleet of foot. He runs okay for a big guy, but let's call a spade a spade. If we were having a race between him and Franmil Reyes, I'm not sure who would win. Big fella's batting .250 on the season, 13 homers, 30 runs batted in. The first pitch is on the way. It is a fastball that misses down and away, and the count is 1-0 to Cedeno. We're here in the bottom of the 11th inning. It is locked up at zeros. Runners at first and second, and 1 away. I want to thank everybody once again for joining us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Don't forget, we'll be on it again tomorrow night. So here comes the 1-0 pitch. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a called strike, and now the count goes to 1-1. And to think about it, the Hawks in the last half inning, runners on the corners and one gone. And one of the best base stealers in the game today in Japan gets picked off first. Unreal. So 1-1 strike to Cedeno as the right-hander delivers. It's a fastball. Oh, that was a center cut fastball. You couldn't ask for anything better as he takes that for a called strike, and the count now is 1-2. It looked like a two-seam fastball. It had a little bit of backdoor run to it. Oh boy, 1-2 strikes to Cedeno. As the right-hander ready to go again, here comes Ogata as he gets his sign. Runner Osato, he's jockeying. He's trying to get a view of what that is. And there is a fastball that swung on, and it is lifted foul on the first base side over the netting, and the count remains at 1-2 to Cedeno. The big fella here had a pretty good rip at that one, but he was just late. He was able to fight it off. So 1-2 strikes it remains. As the big fella gets himself back in the batter's box, ready to go again. He's waggling the bat. And here comes the pitch from the right-hander. It works himself to the set position. Kicks and delivers. A fastball swung on and missed. And Cedeno's down on strikes. That's 2 in the books here. That's going to leave it all up. I do believe Watanabe is still in the ball game here as he came on. It would be Haruto Watanabe coming to the stick. Because that is who it was who came in for Kobayashi. They had probably made it. They did make a double switch, so I'm not sure where Noguchi actually falls into the lineup. But this is going to be number 5 coming in. This is going to be Masahiro Nishino. So Masahiro Nishino coming in to pinch hit in a tough situation. The 34-year-old batting .304 on the year with a homer and 13 runs batted in. So Nishino looking here to walk it off for the Buffaloes. Right-hander against the left-hander. Ogata getting his sign from Kai. Here comes the offering. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses down, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes. Our friend Ringo in here hoping for the strikeout. You don't need the double play anymore. You get the first 2 runners on, a single by Osada. And then it was Kita reached on an error by the pitcher. At the time, Hasegawa put runners at first and second with nobody out. Williams says walk off into the left field bleachers. I don't think that's going to happen with Nishino at the plate. Maybe a bleeder. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on. It is popped up into shallow left center field. Moving back underneath it is the shortstop, Emamiya. He's there to make the catch, and we're going to the 12th. As there was no runs, 1 hit, 1 error, and there were 2 runners left aboard. We are now moving to the top of the 12th inning. We are still where we started. The Hawks nothing and the Buffaloes nothing. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back with the call of the 12th inning when we return after this. Appreciate you guys for hanging with us here tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back in just a few. We are headed to the top of the 12th inning. We'll be back in just a couple moments with all the action. Appreciate you guys for being here. Welcome back, everybody. It is going to be the number 57 Nobuyushi Yamada coming on in relief. He is going to be the sixth pitcher used tonight by the Buffaloes. So Nobuyushi Yamada on in relief here for the Buffaloes. And he is going to be slated to face, at least by our accounts, it's going to be Hikaru Kawase, Tetsuro Yanagamachi, Kenta Imamiya, the 8, 9, and 1 hitters to come to bat. So Yamada has completed his warm-up tosses. He's in behind the mound. Looks like he's saying a little prayer. And we are ready to resume the action here in just a moment as they are throwing the ball literally around the infield. Ringo Dingo says, 8th on Fanduel. There you go. Piles of changes around the field of play here. And I got to tell you, there's so many changes defensively for the Buffaloes. I can't keep up with it. All I know is that the catcher, the right fielder, Kita, and the left fielder, Nishikawa, are still the same, Fukunaga. After that, it's wholesale changes all around. With Yamada on the hill. We'll have to get all those other updates as we move along. Here comes the first pitch. It's a fastball taken for a called strike. My kanji is not very good, so 0 for 1 tonight for Kawase as he grounded out too short his first and only time up as he came in the 9th inning. He replaced Ishizaka earlier in the ball game. He bats from the left side against the lefty here, and the pitch is a fastball taken for a called strike. The count now goes to 0-2. William says, if anybody has a favorite NPB game day experience while we wait for a run, yeah, we might be waiting for a while. One of the things, William, I found interesting when I was in, you know how we always take the halftime breaks in between the 5th and the 6th inning. In the United States, or in Canada, if you're in Toronto, they do their fireworks shows after the game. There's a fastball that is missed outside. They appeal to the third base umpire. And they say that Kawase didn't go. The count is 1-2. That pitch looked pretty darn good. But they do the fireworks in between the 5th and 6th innings. So while we're getting the break and they're working on the field, certainly the two stadiums where they did it this year would have been at Chiba and also at the Jingu Stadium. So you're getting your halftime show as the fireworks show in the in-between. They really don't do fireworks in Saitama per se, as there's a fastball swung on and is lifted foul into the seats over on the third base side. The count remains at 1-2. Yeah, we are in the last inning. It is the top of the 12th. Nothing the score line here. We are still where we are started. And no sign of a run. So that was kind of neat, actually, getting the fireworks in the in-between. Because you think about it in North America, when you're watching games, there's a heck of a lot of people that leave after the 7th or the 8th inning, and they miss the fireworks at the end of the night, if that's what you want. As there's a fastball that is lifted foul into the seats down the third base line, and the count remains at 1-2 to Kawase. So that's one of the interesting game day experiences. Another game day experience, which is kind of cool, is just watching the beer girls. They run up and down the stadium steps like ants, serving the beer. And as I said, went to the Kansas City Detroit game in August, $9 at Comerica Park for a beer. You can get a beer at a Japanese game for like about $3.50 as that fastball swung on and fouled away over on the third base side. And we're talking about either an Asahi or an Kirin or, you know, a Sapporo, pretty much a brand name beer for Japan, not a $9 craft beer that you're getting at Comerica Park. Are you listening, Chris Illich? Craft beer. But I guess there's enough people who will spend that money to serve garbage. They're going to get garbage. Either they're thirsty or they're, just as we have the degenerate gamblers, we got the degenerate drinkers. Fastball misses down and away, and the count goes to 2-2. Craft beer is kind of like the remnants after I go to the washroom after drinking a European brew. 2 balls and 2 strikes. As the lefty Yamada works himself to the set. Kawase is turning this into a bit of a battle here. Here comes the 2-2. Pitch on the way, another fastball swung on, and another one fouled away, and the battle continues. This is going to be the 9th pitch of the at-bat here against Yamada. Williams says he can't do fireworks at the Saitama because they never win. Yeah, it's absolutely right, William. The entrance, you're only about 300 yards away from the train entrance to the stadium in center field. As that fastball misses down and away, it's now 3-2 to Kawase. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. It's going to be the 10th pitch of the at-bat. So Kawase trying to scratch and claw his way on here. Lefty Yamada leans in, he gets the sign, and he works himself to the set position. Here comes the 3-2. Pitch on the way, fastball swung on, grounded over to short, fielded neatly, and he throws the ball away over the head of the first baseman, and backing up the play is the catcher, Fukunaga. Oh boy, as I said, I got to get the updates on all the movement around the infield because that is no longer Kotaro Kobayashi at short. And in fact, the shortstop right now is Osato, who has moved over from third base. And that is going to be an error on the shortstop. E6 has put Kawase aboard. Unbelievable. So now each team have traded errors here. It wasn't even close. By the way, got to say the first baseman, Oda, who has moved over there, he got up as high as he possibly could, and he still couldn't come down with it. So now let's see if the Hawks know how to bunt, because it's going to be Tetsuro Yanagamachi coming to the plate, or slated to be. Yanagamachi tonight is 0 for 1. He struck out his only time up. Kenta Imamiya waiting on deck. And it is Asami Nomura in the hole. And the Hawks are squaring to bunt. Let's see if they can get the job done. Yanagamachi already showing it here. They throw over to first base and getting back in time is Kawase, and he slipped off the base. If the first baseman, Oda, would have had the tag on him, he never put the tag on him, he might have got called out. Oh, I've seen everything. Came back standing up, and he forgot to sharpen his skates as he almost skated right off the base. So here comes the first pitch to Yanagamachi. As he is a fastball, it's bunted down. It's a good one. It's going to be fielded by Yamada. He throws to first. That is going to retire Yanagamachi. It's going to be a sacrifice. It's going to be 1-4 on the putout. He's gone for the first out. Advancing to scoring position is the runner is Kawase. And that's going to bring Kenta Imamiya to the plate. Well, for Imamiya, on the evening, he is 1 for 5. It's also going to bring a conference to the mound as they're going to come out and talk to the pitchers. The thing with Imamiya is Imamiya's got 34 RBIs, and he's got 4 RBIs in his last 3 games. He's been pretty hot. So in the clutch, Imamiya has been showing up. On deck, it's Asami Nomura, so they got an opportunity here. And certainly you don't want to get a little deeper into the offense, because then you're starting to get into the Kurihara Yamakawa Kondo stretch. So if you're the Buffaloes, you got to take care of business here. And if you don't take care of business here, honestly, you really don't deserve to win the game. So Imamiya at the plate here. They got to keep Kawase tight at second base. The outfield's in a little bit shallow here because they got to be able to throw the runner out. Any type of deep ball here is going to get the runner along. Here comes the pitch. Fastball misses inside, and the count is 1-0 here to Imamiya. As we said, appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. 1 ball and no strikes it is. The right-handed hitting shortstop of the Hawks. He's waggling the bat as the lefty Yamada works himself to the set. Here comes the 1-0. Kicks and delivers. Fastball. That misses upstairs, and the count goes to 2-0. They do have the open base over at first base that would set up the force, and that's not always the worst thing. As Nomura waits his turn on deck, it's not like Nomura is Babe Ruth at the plate. So we got 2 balls and no strikes here on Imamiya. Waggling the bat here is the Hawks shortstop, the veteran shortstop of the Hawks. The lefty Yamada comes to the set. Here comes the 2-0. Kicks and fires. Breaking ball misses down and in. It's 3-0. You might as well just hold the 4th finger up and put him on. That way there, you don't throw a wild pitch or do something crazy. Our friend Ringo, who is saying, stay with the Hawks, maybe he was on to something. And by the way, they are on the phone to the bullpen, are the Buffaloes. There is action in the Buffalo pen. We weren't able to pick up to see who that was. So 3 balls and no strikes as the lefty works set. Here comes the pitch. Fastball, center cut, taken for a called strike. It's now 3-1 to Imamiya. That was a clutch pitch there by Yamada. Had to do it. As we said, waiting on deck is Nomura, but at this point in time in the game, would you be thinking about playing a little bit of chess? Do you have the lefties with their bats waiting if they go to the bullpen? Would you want to take Akira Nakamura or Taisi Makihara off the bench to come in to hit if they chase the lefty? Here comes the pitch. Fastball misses inside. Oh, that was a pretty good pitch, but that's going to be ball 4, and Imamiya's got to get himself a walk. He heads over to first. Kawase is still the runner at second. So they got runners at first and second with 1 gone. And Yamada is communicating here with his shortstop on a comebacker to him, who he's got at the bag. And they are going to bring I love Japanese baseball. They're going to bring in a lefty to face the lefty. You'd never see this in North America. They're always running for cover. But they are going to bring in the lefty to face the lefty. This is classic stuff. Akira Nakamura has grabbed the bat. They call him the lefty sniper. And he is coming in to hit for Isami Nomura. So Akira Nakamura in to hit. And let's see if he is the sniper tonight or if he's just shooting blanks. William Scott calling for the double play. They're playing behind the runner at first here in this situation. No threat, they don't believe, to bunt here as Nakamura stands in waiting on the first pitch here from Yamada. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses outside for a ball, and the count is 1-0. Lots of weaponry on the bench. Get a kick out of that. Lefty sniper Akihara. Or Akira, I should say. Akira Nakamura. Williams says we just picked the runner off. Yep. That was pretty rich. Here comes the 1-0. Pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and fouled straight back. And the count is 1-1 now on Akira Nakamura. It's been an entertaining affair tonight for a 0-0 game. Who says soccer's boring when it's 0-0? Well, a lot of people do. Who says baseball's boring? Well, we don't. There's been a lot of action in this game, and maybe not for the right reasons, just not any points. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Runner at first and second. 1 gone here. My friend Ringo's looking for the hit. Here comes the 1-1. As the pitch is on the way, it's a fastball that misses upstairs, and the count is 2-1. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Akira Nakamura. Looming on deck is the third baseman, Ryoya Kurihara. And then the big fella, Hotaka Yamakawa. Buffalo fans at the edge of their seats. Not an empty seat in the building here as we are on a Sunday afternoon. As it is now turning into the late afternoon, 45 minutes away from the other games. Fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into left field, and it's going to just slice foul down the left field line, and the count goes to 2-2. Oh boy, if that could have bled in, that could have been trouble because Nishikawa was almost straight up with the bag. Cut that one on the fists, a jam job. So 2 balls and 2 strikes here to Akira Nakamura. It's been an entertaining ball game here as the Hawks and the Buffaloes are locked up at zeros. Yamada leans in, he gets the sign. 2-2 pitch coming. And you know what? Yamada's already thrown 20 pitches in this inning. They are working him over pretty good. Here comes the 2-2. Pitch on the way. Fastball misses down. It's now 3-2. Home plate umpire not buying what they're selling. And that's probably the right call. That pitch there was below the knee of the catcher. Begging for the call. And not going to get it is Yamada. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. Our friend Ringo's trying to speak a lot of things into existence. At the end of the day, you guys need to get at least a run. So the payoff pitch ready to come here to Nakamura. Yamada holds set. He checks the runners. And here he kicks and delivers. Fastball swung on and lifted foul into the stands down the third base line, and the battle continues. Last pitch was at 90 miles an hour on the radar gun. So the crowd is in good voice and in good form. 3 balls and 2 strikes here to Nakamura. As this battle continues on, this is the 7th pitch of the at-bat, 23rd pitch of the inning for Yamada. As the lefty holds set, here comes the pitch. As he kicks and delivers, fastball misses inside. It's going to be ball 4, and that is going to load the bases. Advancing to third is Kawase. Advancing to second, Imamiya, and the pinch hitter Nakamura draws himself a walk. He's aboard. That is going to bring up the third baseman, Ryoya Kurihara. As Yamada has got himself into all kinds of trouble here in the 12th. And now the Buffaloes are going to have to play in. Let's see what they're going to do up the middle. Looks like they're probably going to go halfway in the middle with Kurihara batting here, trying to turn 2. Definitely the corners are going to be in. We'll get a look to see how this is going to go. Our friend William doesn't like the call by the umpire, but to be honest with you there, a couple of calls Yamada really didn't earn. Here comes the first offering here from the lefty to the left-handed hitting Kurihara. They are halfway in the middle. They are in at the corners. And here comes the pitch. Fastball misses outside, and it's ball 1 to Kurihara. Why do I just feel that a hit by pitch is coming right here? You can just see it coming. Probably he'll bounce up and hit him. Be able to get the base. So 1 ball and no strikes. Yamada again leans in, gets the sign from his catcher, Fukunaga. Comes to the set position. Here comes the pitch. Fastball swung on, lifted into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. That's going to get 1 run in. Rounding third and being held at third is the runner, Imamiya, and the ice has been broken. An RBI single off the bat of Kurihara. It's going to advance Nakamura over to second. Imamiya goes to third, and Kawase comes in to score the first run of the ball game. Only took his 12 innings. So Ringo is pumping a fist. But let me tell you, guys, it's never over until it's over. As the Buffaloes will be bringing the 2, 3, and 4 hitters to the plate in the next inning. So Kurihara does the job. He's got himself an RBI single. Yamada on the mound here. Have we seen enough of Yamada? And that is it. His night is going to be over. We're going to have a pitching change. We're going to be back in just a couple of minutes. It is a 1-0 lead. Hang tight, everybody. Appreciate you guys for hanging in here with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We got a pitching change on the way, and we'll be back here in just a moment with Otake Yamakawa striding to the plate. Be right back after this.
Hello, sports fans. Welcome to Last Raps Baseball, where we're going to open some dancing heroine cards during this intermission. Japanese baseball has cheerleaders for their sport. So let's see what we get from the Japanese baseball cheerleaders. Got swallows, and I bet she does. We have the Lions. It's one of my favorite teams. Oh, wow. Now that's all sorts of nice. Ramu. Very cool. We have Neon. And we have Angels of Hiroka, and the one Japanese card no one can read we got from the Giants. So everybody, enjoy the game. Back to you, Freddie, and peace out.
Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be Taisuke Yamaoka coming into the ball game. The right-hander is only making his second appearance of the season. He's been an integral part of the Buffaloes over the last few years, and he has got 1 inning under his belt this year, and he's got an ERA of 0. But he is being entrusted into a tough situation here. I say a big part, as he, last couple of years, he had been worked as a bit of a swingman, a bit of a starter. He was 2-1 last year with a record in 3 saves. Had a 2.3 ERA, worked both as a starter and out of the pen. Year before, he also worked as a starter and out of the pen, had a 2.6 ERA and 128 innings of work. But here he is in a situation where he is going to be facing one of the toughest hitters in all the NPB, and that's going to be Otake Yamakawa. Yamakawa batting with the bases loaded. 1 gone here in the 12th. And it is a 1-0 lead for the Hawks. And here comes the first offering. Appreciate Ethan for being here. And it is a breaking ball that misses outside, and the count is 1-0. We thank you guys for all stopping in tonight. And as we said, we'll do this all over again tomorrow night, as it will be the Fighters and the Eagles, who we had on the slate tonight. But this is pretty good here. Here we go. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. And it is a fastball taken for a called strike, and the count is 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike to Yamakawa. The right-hander ready to go again as Yamaoka gets his sign from his catcher. He's not a big guy, Yamaoka, by the way. As the pitch on the way as a fastball swung on, and that is missed and whiffed on by the catcher, and that is going to be a pass ball on the catcher, Fukunaga. And that's going to get a run in here. The batter, Yamakawa, took a big hack Ball went off the glove of the catcher all the way to the backstop. We've got to look at that one again. That'll be charged as a pass ball. What an untimely opportunity for that. And Imamiya crosses the plate, and it is now a 2-0 ball game with runners at second and third and a 1-ball-and-2-strike count on Yamakawa. Yeah, William Scott says, you got to be kidding me. The only thing we could have next is a balk. And here comes the 1-2. Pitch on the way. Breaking ball swung on. Lifted into left field. Coming hard as the left fielder Nishikawa, he's not going to get it. They throw into third, and are they going to get the runner? Because the runner is going to score. Yamakawa is going to be safe at first. Haven't seen if they called the runner out at third or not. That's going to be a single and an RBI. As Nakamura crosses the plate with the third run of the inning. And I didn't see if they were able to nab Kurihara at third or not. Yep, 3-0 as Ringo says. We'll look at the play there. And they did get the runner Kurihara at third base, so that's going to be a putout 7-5. As Kurihara is erased for the second out of the inning. And it is a 3-0 lead here. That brings Kensuke Kondo to the plate, and he takes a first pitch for a called strike, and the count is 0-1. Our friend Ringo says the noodle energy is fading out. There you go. So no balls and 1 strike to Kondo. Same thing with us here. And they throw over to first base, and diving back in time is the base runner. We do have a pinch runner here. As the batter, Yamakawa, has been taken out of the game. It is Taisi Makihara in to run. 3-10-1 for the Hawks, 0-4-1 for the Buffaloes. Fastball swung on and fouled away, and the count now goes to 0-2. Sorry, couldn't get to the hot mic if you heard that one. Just a little bit of our barbecue dinner coming back to talk to us. So no balls and 2 strikes here. Manager Nakajima, the man of a million faces, is not happy here. As the 0-2 pitch is on the way. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball missing upstairs. The count is 1-2 to Kondo. Our friend William Scott is dreaming in a lot of ways. I'm sure the Japanese would have backup generators in place. Even the home team. Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball misses upstairs, and the count now goes to 2-2. So 3-0 here in the top of the 12th inning. Absolutely unbelievable the way this game is shaped up tonight. Took us 12 innings to score any runs. So here comes the 2-2 pitch as the right-hander holds set. Yamaoka delivers a breaking ball that misses upstairs. Now the count goes to 3-2. By the way, those runs were charged to the previous pitcher, Yamada. He's been charged with all 3 of those runs. So 3 balls and 2 strikes. The right-hander again gets the sign from his catcher. Just got to get the ball in play here and get themselves an out, and then the Buffaloes will come to bat, and who knows? Maybe we'll see one of the greatest comebacks in NPB history. That's a fastball that misses low. It's ball 4. Kondo aboard with a walk. It is going to be the runner. The pinch runner is going to advance to second base. As I said, the pinch runner who had come into the ball game was number 8. That would be Taisi Makihara, who is the runner at second base. That is now going to bring up to the plate Yukio Shudo, the man who got picked off back in the 11th inning. Well, Shudo tonight is 1 for 1, but he was going to look like the biggest goat had he been that pickoff been a major part of the game. That's his rest of his team has picked him up. There's a breaking ball taken for a called strike. And the count is 0-1. So no balls and 1 strike. So our friend Ringo's pumping a fist. Good for you. Congratulations on your winnings tonight. Our friend Ethan says, do you prefer NPB over KBO? No doubt. Fastball swung on, grounded over to second. Neatly fielded, thrown to first, and that is going to do it. A ground out 4-3 ends the inning. But not until there's been 3 runs in the inning on the benefit of 2 hits. There was an error, and there was 2 runners left aboard. We're moving to the bottom of the 12th inning. Your score is the Hawks 3 and the Buffaloes nothing. Hang out, everybody. We'll be back here in just a few. Appreciate you guys for hanging here with us tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. We'll be right back after this. We've got ourselves a 3-0 scoreline. Buffaloes coming to bat. We'll be back in just a moment with all the action. We are running out of steam here. Our voice is going, but let's see what the Buffaloes can do in the bottom half of number 12. Welcome back, everybody. It's going to be the 6th pitcher of the night used by the Hawks. It is going to be Shinsuke Iwai in the ball game as he is coming on in relief. They have some defensive changes. Do the Hawks? It is going to be Nakamura at first. The second baseman is going to be Kawase now. And the right fielder is going to be Ogata. That is all the changes that we have seen here. Obviously, the Hawks won't be coming to bat anymore. Coming to bat here, it is going to be the 7, 8, and 9 hitters. It'll be Naito to lead it off. And then we have some other pinch hitters to come up. And the first pitch is a fastball that misses up and away, and the count is 1-0. So 1 ball and no strikes to Naito. Officially 1 for 4 in this one, a double in 4 trips. And there's a fastball swung on, and it is popped up foul into the seats behind home plate. The count goes to 1-1. So 1 ball and 1 strike. Williams says he can only bunt, so he won't be able to do that. They could have had the bunt earlier on in the game, especially when they had 2 on and nobody out. And Naito swings through that. The count now goes to 1-2. I think Nakajima's taking a page out of the North American playbook. Andy says the stream is behind. Yeah, it is, Andy. You know what? When I was at the stadium last week, the game I'd be watching on TV is 15 seconds or so behind the other one. Add another 7 seconds, and that's what happens when you have a third-party service. There's a fastball that swung on and missed, and the count that is going to retire Naito for the first out of the inning. So what a lot of people do is they sync up the stream with our play-by-play. and they watch it along as they go. So we always kind of discourage people in the chat of putting things up before it is. They end up getting zapped. So that is the unfortunate part. Well, now we've got ourselves one of the hitters in here. This is number 9 coming to bat here. This is Noguchi. Noguchi had come into the ball game a little bit earlier. Tomoya Noguchi, batting 115 on the season. He's got a home run and 1 RBI. As he swung through the first pitch, it's 0-1. Here's the pitch. It's a breaking ball that drops in for a strike. Our friend Ken is still listening in from Japan. Appreciate you for hanging out still with us. Our friend Eloy just coming back in. As the right-hander kicks and delivers, it's a fastball swung on and fouled away. Our friend Ethan asked a couple of questions, and it's like, is there an incentive for finishing last? Like in some sports where you get a top pick. They have an interesting draft system. It's going to take too long to explain over in Japan. I can't even explain it to you at this point in time. It's going to give me a headache. So no, not quite that. They don't support losers. As there's a breaking ball that misses outside. The count is 1-2. I've never been a fan of the North American model where you finish last, you get to pick first. I've always believed that the team with the best record out of the playoffs, because if you make the playoffs, you're fighting for something. If you get in the 8th seed, you get all those playoff gates. If you miss the playoffs and you're the, whatever it is, the 9th team or the 17th team, you should be getting the first pick. And the team that finishes last should get whatever that is of the teams that don't make the playoffs. If it's a 30-team league and 16 teams make the playoffs and you finish last, you pick 14th. Play better, draft better, develop better. But if it's a 16-team league and you finish in 17th spot and you're right there tooth and nail fighting for a playoff spot at the end of the year, you should get the first pick. There's a fastball swung on. This ball is lifted into deep right field, moving back on it and making the catch as the right fielder, and that is going to do it. As Tagu is going to, or that is going to retire Noguchi for the second out of the inning, and that'll bring up, we're slated to bring up the catcher, Sho Fukunaga. So Fukunaga stepping to the plate. As he is batting here with 2 out, and the first pitch is a fastball that swung on and missed. Count is quickly 0-1. Fukunaga tonight is 1 for 4. He's got a single and 4 trips. He's raised his season average to 222. He is 2 for 9 on the year. This is really where he is getting an opportunity because of the injuries to Mori and Wakatsuki. There's a fastball swung on and fouled away. The count goes now to 0-2. So no balls and 2 strikes. We're less than a month away until the playoffs start in the NPB. So no balls and 2 strikes as the right-hander leans in and he gets his sign from his catcher Kai, who's been behind the plate the whole night. Fastball misses outside and the count now runs to 1-2. So 1 ball and 2 strikes to Fukunaga. The Buffaloes are down to their final strike. Wasted effort there by Hiroya Miyagi, who pitched a brilliant ball game tonight. Actually, both starters pitched really well tonight. And there is a breaking ball taken for a called 3rd strike. That's probably appropriate the way to end this game here, as Fukunaga stood there like the house by the side of the road. He watched it go by for out number 3, and that is going to do it for the Buffaloes here in inning number 12. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left the board. Your final score, it is the Hawks 3 and the Buffaloes no score. Stick around, everybody. We'll be back in 30 to wrap this all up for you. Appreciate everybody for jumping in tonight on the Last Raps Baseball YouTube channel. Listening in, we'll be back on again on the airwaves tomorrow. Hang tight, we'll be back in 30 after this. All right, everybody, we'll wrap this one up here, and then we'll give you the starting pitchers for the games that are going to be coming up here in just a little bit. And then we'll give you our thoughts on who we think might win the later games if you're interested in that as well. We'll wrap it up here by just saying all the runs came in the top of the 12th inning. It was a leadoff error by the shortstop, Atsu, who threw a ball away as it was Karo Kawase who reached base. Then a sacrifice bunt by Tetsuro Yanagamachi got him over into second. Kenta Emamiya then walked to put runners at first and second. And then Akira Nakamura walked to load the bases. Up stepped Ryoya Kurihara, and he had a base hit to drive in the first run of the game. And then up stepped Hotake Yamakawa, and he had a base hit to drive home the second run. And it was a force out of Kurihara at third base. And so then they were able to, after a walk, they were able to cash in another run. I missed somewhere in there how they were able to cash that third run of Nakamura across. But that is the way it operated here tonight. Basically, all the runs in the top of the 12th inning. If you want to see my scorecard through the first 9 innings, it was a piece of cake. After the 11th inning, it got a little bit crazy. And that is the way it operates. The win will go to Ogata. The save goes to Iwai. Taking the loss was Yamada here in this one. Just giving you the starters coming up here in the next little bit as the games will go off here in the next few. All the other games tonight start. The other 4 games are going to go off in about 20 minutes' time. The Marines are playing the Lions tonight. This is going to be a tricky game. It's at the Balloon Dome. Roki Sasaki takes to the hill for Chiba against Tatsuya Amai. Amai has been one of the bright spots, one of the few for the Saitama Cebu Lions. He takes to the hill tonight. Roki's coming off a decent start. I would say tonight, I'm going to lean toward the Lions in this one. It's at home, and it's one of the few games, and all points should be going to Sasaki. But I would say on the road, and with Amai on the mound, look for the Lions in that one. I certainly don't see the Marines being able to I don't know what the spread is. I haven't looked on that, but I wouldn't think if the Marines are favored that they would cover in this one. If I look at the other game in the Pacific League, that game was washed out. That was the Fighters and the Eagles. They'll go tomorrow. Over in the Central League, the Dragons and the Giants go. It's Hideki Wakui against Tomoyuki Sagano. I'd be pointing to the Giants in that one there tonight. Sagano is 14-2, whereas Wakui is 2-5. Wakui was a former pitcher in the Pacific League. Go with Sagano in that one. It is the Bay Stars and the Carp tonight. Bay Stars send Yoshino to the mound. It is Hayato Tsunehiro who goes for Hiroshima. There is no line on him. He's got no record and nothing across the board. So that's always a concern when you're putting down numbers, which could work out positively or negatively for the Carp. That is a must-win game. It's at the Mazda Zoom Zoom Stadium. The Carp have lost, I believe, 5 in a row now. They've fallen out of first place where they were a couple of weeks ago, and they're battling for their playoff lives. That's a big game in Hiroshima. And then lastly, it's the Swallows and the Tigers tonight. Swallows are pretty much out of the playoff picture. They are in battling for last place or to stay at last place with the Dragons. It'll be Takanashi on the hill for the Swallows. And Jeremy Beasley with his 7-2 record and a 1.74 ERA goes for the Tigers. It means everything for the Tigers in this one. Take the Tigers all the way. That is my thoughts. All right, everybody, listen, we appreciate you guys once again for listening in here. We thank you guys for all being in here. We'll be back again tomorrow night. Hopefully you guys can jump in for the game. We look forward to seeing you on the flip side. Have a great night, everybody, and we will see you again tomorrow evening.